Good morning to everyone. Welcome, Josta, World Mediation Organization, and also welcome, learned friends. We know today's topics: communication in mediation, negotiations and bargaining in mediation, and impasse in mediation. We know today's research persons, Dr. Daniel Ardman, President, World Mediation Organization, who makes the contents of these topics, and Madam Josa, who is the Chief Communication Officer of World Mediation Organization, discuss today's topics. Madam Josa is the Chief Communication Officer of World Mediation BIMS Chairman, Middle East countries regarding mediation and conflict resolution. She is also the research assistant of World Mediation Organization. Can I request you, Josra, to start your present, Madam Josra?
Thank you.
Josra, Madam Josra.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Start. Now is the co-host. I hear
Can
you.
you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Hey,
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, very good. So good morning.
yes,
everyone.
Madam Josra, yes.
Thank you, Mr. So good morning, everyone. My name is Yusra. I'm a Chief Communication Officer in World Mediation Organization. It's really nice to meet all of you and be here with you today. So let me just share my screen so I can start my introduction. Can you all see my screen?
Nothing visible yet.
Now?
Now we see it. Yes.
Okay, very well. So good morning and welcome to this training. Today we will have basically we will be talking about mediation, communication, and negotiation. So our schedule will be like this. We will have introduction at first, then we will talk about the mediation in one part, the communication on the other, and after that we will have a practical practice about how to mediate a dispute or conflict. So I hope that everyone will be able to participate and actually get to work with what we will get to know right now. So before we start, let's get to know each other a little bit. So let me stop sharing for first. And let's get to know each other. In the beginning, I would like everybody to introduce himself, what his occupation, and let's give something that no one know about himself, what he like to do outside of his official job. So I would like to go with this on, let's say, alphabetical order. So in the beginning, we will go with Mr. Goswell. If you can introduce yourself and tell us something about yourself. Mr. Goswell, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Josra.
Yep. Can you start by introducing yourself so we can get to know each other, all of us?
Yes, dear friends, you introduce yourself. I am Advocate S.N. Goswami, Chairman of BIMS, and you know, Jassa, our chief trainer is Honorable Justice Mr. Mohammad Iman Ali.
That's me.
Yes,
Oh my goodness.
I'm a judge in the appellate division, that is Supreme Court of Bangladesh.
Nice to meet you.
Honored District and Session Judge,
I am Fazle Khuda Mohammad Najid, District and Session Judge, Sirazganj. Good morning.
Good morning.
now one by one,
Hello, good morning. I am Simon Al Islam, an assistant judge from Bangladesh.
Welcome.
Hello, I am
Hello.
Salma Khatun, Additional District Judge, Sirazganj. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. I am Shukriya Rahman, Joint District and Session Judge, Sirazganj. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I
Good
am
morning.
Nadira Sultana, District Legal Aid Officer, Sirazganj. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Badul Kumar Chando, Senior Assistant Judge, Sirazganj.
Welcome. So who else we have?
Okay. Hello. Good morning. I am Arup Ratan Shaha, faculty member, Department of Law, Cox's Bazar International University.
Welcome.
Hello. Hello,
Hi.
Assalamu alaikum. I am
Welcome.
Tanvir Ahmed, Joint District and Session Judge, Sirazganj.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nur Mohammad Bhuya. I am working as an assistant judge in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Mm. Does we have another one who want to introduce himself or herself?
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. Apurva here. I am a faculty with Gujarat National Law University, India. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Well, I'm actually glad there's a lot of women in the legal system in Bangladesh. It's really nice to see that many of them also have high position in the courts as judges. So it's really refreshing, actually. I am a lawyer myself. I'm basically working on criminal and some kind of cases. So it's nice to meet all of you, actually. So let's get back to our schedule. So in the beginning, I would like to start with talking about mediation. Who would like to tell me what is mediation, or what exactly do you see or say about mediation? Anyone who wants to talk, you can please just raise your hand and we will start the process. So mediation, as the word as WMO see it, it's a process of, there's not a specific definition for mediation. A lot of academic and practical experts have both their special mediation or their own definition for mediation. However, when we talk about mediation, or what we call it basically in WMO, mindful mediation, we start looking for mediation at more deep approach. We see mediation as a core skill, a social core skill that lies in every one of us. Basically, every one of us know how to mediate some problem, either at the personal level or either at the practical level, official level, with his friend, with his family, with his co-worker, or even with his mates in university, schools, or even in the street. Everyone he face dispute or conflict within his life. So how to mediate or how to manage this conflict. This is where we actually learn what mediation is, how we come to mediate those conflicts, how we get to manage those conflicts. The basic things you want to know, or I want everyone here to basically get focused on, is that everyone has his own definition of mediation. So what I would like to start with now, the basic question. What is mediation for you, or how do you see mediation? I want all of us to reach a common definition that all of us agree that what mediation is. So if anyone have, it will start. Tell me what is mediation for him, or how can he see mediation? So just raise your hands. I would love to take 5 minutes to think about what mediation is for you. How do you see mediation, either in your personal level or in your academic or work life? So take 5 minutes and think. Then we will start telling what is mediation, or how can you see mediation.
Learned friends, please you think and then answer.
Okay, so we have Aaron Raton first. You can go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can hear me.
Okay, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
In my eyes, mediation is one kind of alternative dispute resolution where you do not go to the court directly. You have one impartial person who will not act as a judge. Rather, he will facilitate both the parties to come up with their own solution. Mediation is where the judge is impartial, and of course, in mediation, there is confidentiality. Whatever the parties will come out, or whatever the parties will say in the discussion, in the sessions, that will be completely confidential, and that cannot be used in the court. And I guess the mediation is the system which helps people to have better relationship even after the dispute resolves, which is completely different than the court system, because in our country, in Bangladesh or in South Asia, we are having adversarial system where one party wins and other party loses. But in case of mediations, where the solution will be win-win, therefore the relation between the parties remain intact. They are in better relation in comparison with normal court procedure. Thank you.
Well, that's very, I guess, direct answer. So we have basically a couple of elements in your definition. It's impartial, it's confidential process, it's win-win solution process, and it's basically it can go out of the legal system. So let's hear from Nadira and see what she have in her mind. Nadira, it's yours.
Thank you, madam. I think mediation means a structured process, however named or referred to, where by two or more parties to a dispute acted by themselves on a voluntary basis to reach an agreement on the settlement of their dispute with the assistance of a mediator. Thank you.
Just as she is a judge. Yeah.
Okay, bro. Yeah, so we also have some similarity on this definition also. Who else would like to present his own definition or his own understanding of mediation?
Apurva, how do you speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
What is mediation?
Yes. I was about to say that, as sir has mentioned in the beginning, it is a process for alternative dispute resolution out of the court settlement. As well as personally for me, I consider it more as a peacemaking, as a tool which is used for peacemaking. And also resolving day-to-day conflicts, specifically in context of youth, the way we work and the way we are visioning to promote mediation is to promote it as a peacemaking process and resolving conflicts on day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Yeah, we can look at mediation as two, you have put two main elements in this, in your definition. We have the peacemaking process and we have the conflict management process. So yeah, while you, as a mediator, you will play the fourth role. You will have to be a conflict management because the whole process is about handling conflict, managing the conflict, and to prevent it from any kind of escalation, and at the same time to reach a solution for both parties. From another side, it is a peacemaking process because it's a process that guarantees to reach a solution, as we said before, a win, basically a win-win solution. Especially when looking at mediation as a voluntary process, which means that you cannot make anyone go to the mediation process. People if they want to have to reach a real solution, a very peace, to have actual peace in their life, they have to go to mediation by themselves. Because if we want to go to mediation by themselves, we will have that will have as its consequences. People will actually, or parties will actually have to follow what they have reached. They will have to apply the solution they have reached, because in the end, when they went to this process, they went with it voluntarily. They actually participate in the mediation process, in the solution process. Hence, they will be more convinced when they applying the solution on the ground, which will guarantee having the peace and stopping the conflict from its roots, as we can say. So thank you very much for this definition. And I would like to hear more from everyone. I would like to hear it from your both personal and legal background. So let me hear who else would like to present his opinion.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum. I am Shukriya Rahman, Joint District Judge. In my opinion, mediation is a non-compulsory procedure of conflict management, but after resolving with the help of the mediator, it can be legally enforceable.
So let's see how we can look at this one. What exactly do you think is the help of the mediator in this process? How can the mediator help?
In a neutral third party without any pressure but helps them to find a resolution of their conflict.
Okay, so let me rephrase this question for you and for everyone who wants to present their opinion. Does the mediator role have to lead the participant to the final solution, or help them reach this solution by themselves? Okay, so let's get it this way. When you have a mediation process or when you are working as a mediator, it's your job to help people to actually reach the solution. However, you have to do it in a way that the parties will believe that they are the person who reached the solution. Because in many cases, many people know what the problem is, they know what the solution they want to, but they don't want to admit the solution. So your main job will be basically to help those people to see that this is the solution they want to reach. How you will do that? It will basically depend on how you handle the mediation process. For example, you will tell the parties that what do you think about what the other person proposed. So you will help the parties to see the points that both of them have in their mind, that both of them see as a possible solution, but without actually telling them this is the solution you need to go or you need to see. So, yeah. So this is basically what we mean when we say help the parties to reach a solution by providing them the tools that they will believe in the end that they reach this solution by themselves without actual help from the mediator. It may sound that the mediator in the end he didn't do anything, but if you actually make people or the parties believe in this way, you will have reached a very important point where all the party will actually going to apply and commit to this solution with because they feel like it's their solution. It's not the other solution coming from other or from the outside, but it's coming from them. So this will be the main point we're talking about helping people to reach the solution. So thank you very much, Suprema. So anyone else would want to present what is mediation and how you work with mediation? So we have from Aproba, Latin communication. So yeah, it is really important to facilitate the communication between the parties, and we will come to this part when we talk in the next part of this training. To actually have what is the communication, how you can make both parties communicate with each other and help them to reach this solution with taken into the consideration their needs, their what they want and what they actually looking forward. So thank you, Aproba. So let's get back to the slide. So mediation, as we said before, it's a voluntary process. You cannot cannot force people to actually join the mediation process because it will lose its meaning. Because when you push people to go to the mediation, they will either work on won't work with you in the first place, or they will work to destroy the whole process. And in the end, it will fail with no expectation or no win at all. So it is a voluntary process, and it's important to actually keep to not push people, but to encourage people to go into the mediation process. It works on managing the conflict. It can start at early stage or in the middle or at the end of the conflict. It actually will depend on how people understand what mediation is and how they apply it in their daily life. For example, if you have a problem with your children in the house, you may just say from the beginning no, and in the discussion with all of them, or you can start from the beginning when your son, for example, say, I want to go out at 6 and come back at 11 p.m. Either you can say no, you won't go anywhere, or you will start with him to understand why is he going out, why in this time exactly, and trying to negotiate with him or let's say bargain with him, either to lower the curfew, maybe it's not 11, maybe it's 10. So it depends on how exactly you understand mediation in your own life. It's a way to handling things, to handling all type of conflicts or dispute in your life, or it's just a way to when it's used in the last stage of conflict, which in this case will become much harder to actually apply it or push the parties or encourage the parties to be part of this process. So it's usually done by a third party, as we said before. It's a neutral and impartial one. So I would like to stop a little bit on the neutral and impartial part of the mediator. A lot of even in this information, there's a lot of dispute between scholars. Some say that, yeah, the mediator needs to be partial and a neutral one. But others say no, unneutral mediator can actually work better in some conflicts. For example, if the two parties if the mediator have power on both one of the party, it will help them actually reach a solution better or faster. So I would like to hear your opinion. Does the mediator need to be partial, or is it good, or is it acceptable for him to be biased at sometimes? Take some time to think about this, and let me raise your hand once you have an answer or a thought about this.
Apurva, you may start.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you please repeat? Your voice was breaking actually.
I was asking, what do you think that the mediator needs to be impartial at all time, or is it acceptable for him or her to be biased in some cases?
Okay, it's a difficult question actually. So, as a professional, I believe a mediator has to be impartial, but probably in one-on-one sessions, in private meetings, maybe to know or go in depth, the mediator can probably through some the way of communication could be different, in which they can show that they are very much concerned to know more about their interest or how they have reached to this situation, and can probably show them that they are actually very much concerned in helping them, in favoring them, so that the actual thing is eliminated from what the parties want, where the parties want to reach. But otherwise, I think professionally, the mediator has to be an impartial person and should not be favoring one over the other. It has to be very non-judgmental and unbiased process.
Okay, thank you very much, Roba. So it's actually most of people or scholars say he need to be impartial and he need to be neutral one. However, not all of the cases the mediator can be this one, especially when we're talking about conflict, international conflict, like armed conflict at the regional, international level. For instance, when we're talking about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, when we're talking about the role of the Americans mediator, does it really partial or is it a biased mediator? But the fact is that it's a biased mediator. However, does the party actually will accept a neutral or impartial mediator? And for example, if one of the party accept another mediator, except for the American mediator, will this mediator be able to push the party to reach the solution? It's not, there is no a specific or one answer for this question, because it depends in many cases on the conflict itself, the environment of the conflict, the parties, the needs, and all of this information. However, in usual pattern, yes, the mediator need to be impartial, need to be neutral, and it's perfectly to be a third party verbally, because when there is no relation between the mediator or any of the party, it would be more easier for him to see in new light. For example, he will see exactly what both party need, when they are wrong and when they are right. He won't just see one type of the story. He will see the whole story from different view. So this will help him actually to understand that both party are right in some stuff, they are wrong on some stuff, and he will be able to to help them to see where they are wrong and where they are right. So this is what help when the mediator actually is impartial and neutral one. So we would say that it's his responsibility to help and support parties in their needs, and to find a solution. So as we say, it's not push them or give them the solution on a golden plate. It helps them to see exactly what is the problem, where does the solution lies among this problem, which would be the main things to make the parties believe that they have reached this solution by themselves in the end. So this is basically when we're talking about what is mediation and what is the nature of mediation firstly. What I would like to start now is, yeah, you can go ahead, Arab.
Yeah, Madam, yesterday when we were discussing about the process of the mediation and different stages of the mediation, we came across one important point is that trust building. So let's say that if one of the parties knows that the mediator is not impartial, he is partial or he is biased to one party, then what will be the situation about the trust building? This is one point. Second point is that when we do mediation, we come upon a solution, we come across the solution which solution has been came from the mouth of the parties, like the parties are coming up with the solution, and it helps to execute the solution. If the mediator is not impartial, then don't you think that the execution of the solution will be difficult?
Well, let's start with the trust
Reference
issue.
not mentioned yesterday. Just you mentioned today's.
Yeah, let's see with the trust building. Well, trust building is a very important issue through mediation, because if the party didn't trust you as a mediator to actually be a natural and impartial one, it will be hard for them to trust you later to give you the all information. They will lie in their statement, they will tell you wrong information, which will lead in the end to a wrong decision. However, in some cases, it depends on the balance of power, actually. So when we're talking about a very weak first party and a very strong second party, and the mediator is biased to the strong parties, the problem starts like this. There is no other mediator but the biased one that can actually force the strong party to do some progress in the mediation process. So in these cases, the weak party may be actually forced to accept this biased mediator in order to take the best he can from the strong party. However, it's not always going on this direction. I would say that it's mostly going on the political conflict, international conflict, when there is a political interest for strong countries, for the international power. But in the normal mediation process, people can change then they ask to change their mediator, or they can stop they cannot go into the mediation process because they have another alternative in these cases. They cannot go to mediation because they can go to the court. They believe that the court will be more neutral and impartial than the mediation process, or they can go to another alternative resolution tools. So it's much easier to get away from the mediation if the mediator was actually biased, and if the weak party believe that there will not be a suitable solution for him. So it will not be a win-win situation, it will be a zero-sum situation. In this kind of view, he will just get away from the mediation process and will go to the alternative, which is the court judicial system. However, it's not always that powerful or the other party will be forced the first party to actually keep in the mediation process. However, actually, the outcome of this process will not be a real solution. It will not be a peacemaking process. It will just be a way to force a solution on both parties, which will lead in the end to not applying this solution and the whole mediation process to actually fail. So this is where the impartiality and neutrality of the mediator appear. It depends what is the conflict, what is the balance of power between the parties, and is there an alternative or not? Because if there is not alternative for the mediation process, he will have to stay within it, or he will have to stay in the conflict, within the conflict zone. And both of them are actually bad choices. So he just go with what's best for his interest, not the best, but the best of the worst, actually. So I hope this is give you not an answer but a view about the process. Okay, so anyone else would want to add something to what we have said now?
Dear friends, see in simple way for discussing regarding communication mediation and also impasse in mediation. So can I request Apurva may share?
Yes, sir.
Please.
No, ma'am, I agree, and I can very much relate to what has been discussed as of now. So, as I have mentioned in the chat also, specifically with regard to the question on whether the mediator has to be impartial all the times or sometimes. So, as you have mentioned in cases of international mediation, similarly at the local or national level, we can say when there are cases of abuse or psychological or domestic
But
abuse and all.
regarding communication mediation and also impasse in mediation on strong and weak persons.
Yeah, so dynamics, as madam mentioned, power dynamics, as well as I believe all these various, relations which exist in terms of power, in terms of gender, in terms of various other ways. Probably means I am not very much aware of this impasse thing, but for the communication, I think that these power dynamics or discriminations could create a barrier, and we need to address that at the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Purva. That really was nice to summarize the whole process. So now we will move to we'll talk about much about the mediator. What actually the mediator have to do? What the best practice for him to actually, let me say, do, but to have. So first of all, we have said it. He should, first of all, when we're talking about the mediator, we talk about neutrality and impartiality for a first one. However, we will talk about his technique and self-confidence. The mediator needs to actually be full of himself, let's say, when he walked into the mediation court or the mediation room when held the meeting. So he needs to actually be able to sit and listen carefully to everyone saying, and not even carefully. You have to be full of confidence that even it's not his job to actually reach the solution, as we said, but it's his job to help the people reach this solution. So he have to be confident that he work toward a specific goal. He needs to be impartial and neutral, as we said before, and he has also to be not. He have to show both party empathy. However, the mediator is better to, let's say, stay expressionless. It's not really very good for mediator to show much expression, much interest in the party's feelings or in the party's stories, because if he starts to actually get involved so deep, especially mentally with with the parties, it will lead for him a little to become a bias or to start questioning his impartiality and neutrality. So it's important for him to start expressionless as much as he can to stay, let's say, on the impartial side from the whole process. However, it doesn't mean that he need to treat all of the party like TV or some money can in front of him. He needs to communicate with them in a way that make them feel that he know what they mean. He or she know exactly what they are going through. So which is a part of the building trust process we talked about. Because with the two parties feeling like the mediator is actually knowing what they feel, he know what they have been through, what they feeling. It will help them feel much easier to talk to him, tell him information, and work with him to reach the final solution. And it will help also with them giving him the right information about what they want, what they have gone through, or what they want to achieve in the end. And also, as we say, the mediator is both a conflict manager and he's a peace messenger. He's conflict manager because he handling the conflict in front of him, and he is peace messenger because he wants to reach a solution that provide peace between the both parties without any one of them have a zero-sum situation. It's a win-win situation, which is a better way to achieve peace between individual, hence between the whole community. So before coming to start, okay, before we going to the let's first stop sharing. Before we went to the next point of the mediation process, I would like to hear, does anyone here have done mediation either inside the legal system or outside the legal system before? If yes, I would like someone to actually present his experience in this field. If no, I would like to hear from you. But what do you see? What do you think a mediator need to have beside the neutrality, impartiality, the self-confidence? What the mediator also need to have to be a successful mediator? How he can actually manage this mediator, the mediation process. So I will start and a different way to reach the answer. I will choose someone from the audience to give his opinion, and this person will choose another one after he finish to speak after him. We will do for 5 persons from now and see how we can communicate with those. So is this clear for everyone? Okay, so I will start with Noor Muhammad. If you can give us your opinion in this one, please.
Hello.
Hi.
I miss your last line. There is something in the problem in the internet. Can you repeat the line?
I was asking that if you had a mediation process before, I would like you to tell us about it. If not, what else, in your opinion, the mediator need beside the impartiality, neutrality, and self-confidence to be a successful mediator?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. In our legal system, there is a mediation process in our Code of Civil Procedure. In that the judge, the sitting judge can himself mediate between the parties after the filing of the written statement, or he can refer the parties to a mediator. There is a mediator panel list of retired judges or senior lawyers or other persons like bankers or senior commercial persons who are who have expertise in these fields. We can refer to them to the parties for mediation. And there is also family matters like guardianship, maintenance. We can refer those persons to the mediators for mediation. I refer some cases, 2 cases, where the district legal aid officer tries to mediate between them, and the mediation panel, the mediators themselves, they sometimes there are 2 or 3 cases they successfully mediate between the parties. Those cases, sometimes the parties himself they are agrees to mediate. We don't want the cumbersome process of the court. We want a quick relief. and then they themselves they ask for mediation. Sometimes we refer them to the mediator. Sometimes we can mediate, but there is a problem. If I'm acting just as a mediator. If the mediation fails, I cannot act as a judge after that. I have to. The case itself will be transferred to another court. And your opinion, there are some qualities you referred that impartiality and confidence should should be the character of a successful mediator. But beside that, I think that empathy should be the characteristics of the mediator, and understanding the social position of the parties from where they belong, and the need and the demands and their positions and their relief, what they want from us, should be the one of the core characteristics of a successful mediator. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Noor. So can you please choose someone from the audience to give his opinion on the same question?
I choose Supriya Rahman sir for her opinion.
Thank you, Nur Muhammad, choosing me. Actually, in my service life, when I am a district legal aid officer in another district, I did a lot of mediation. And when acting such, I think patience hearing and empathize their feelings about their stories. A mediator can feel them. So patience sharing is very much important for mediation.
Thank you very much. I guess it's a very important things to have, and yeah, it can help with trust building between the parties and the mediator, then the sharing information. So thank you, Surya. Can you please point to someone else to give his opinion also?
Nadira Sultana, District Legal Aid Officer.
Thank you.
She wanted to know communication and also impartial in mediation.
Thank you. I want to add it with our colleague Nur Muhammad, what he says, that he gave me 2 cases to solve by mediation, because I am a legal aid officer and I work as a mediator when some case referred to me. When I work as a mediator in that cases, I only guide the parties to solve their dispute or conflict. And I am not impose my own decision to any party. I am just only guide the parties to solve their conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadira. Yeah, it's basically same as we said before. It's not about the mediator helping them to reach the solution. It's about for them to reach the solution themselves, to actually find the solution within the problem itself. So thank you everyone for this information. Now we will be back to the another important thing we want to talk about. It's understanding conflict. To mediate, you have to have a conflict in the beginning. However, conflict, basically, it's not a bad thing. Everyone has conflict in his life, and conflict helps people to get strong, move over difficulties and challenge, and find a new opportunity for themselves. So when we're talking about conflict, we will talking about 2 main point of view. What is conflict in the first place? Conflict basically can be a collision of at least two opinions, expectation or strategic approach. So when we talk about conflict between 2 people or 3 or 4 or how much you want to talk, we talk about 2 different views two different approach, two different need, and two different expectation. So when those two different view, expectations, need are actually facing each other, we will have the conflict. However, how much the conflict can get, it depends on how we actually handle this conflict. So when we're talking about understanding what the process, the conflict process, we were talking about four main things. We'll talk about the conflict issue and causes. We talk about the conflict environment and the conflict parties. So we're starting by the conflict issue. I would like to start by the conflict. We have issues and we have the causes for them. The causes are the issue is the main problem that lie behind the conflict, and it's the one that actually negate this conflict and make it go escalate time by time. However, when we're talking about the conflict issue, we have two types of them. That's the external causes and the internal causes. The internal causes we're talking about, for instance, we have a criminal act. There's someone who actually punished another one in the face. But why the act has been done? Why did this person actually punish the other person? You have to go back to the history between those two parties. The causes might be that the first, that the second party have actually done something to the first party that make him went on this, push him to the last stage of the conflict, which is the violent side. The conflict have, let's say, three main stages. The first one is the different approach and different view. The second one, there will be much more intense in the relationship between the parties. The difference will appear more. The challenges between the parties will be more visible to everyone else. And how exactly we manage this stage, it will lead us either to the conflict, that's the third stage, which is the violence. Either it will be a violence conflict or it will not be a violence conflict. It depends on how we actually manage this one. So we will have to start on why does the parties actually have this dispute, or why does they have this conflict. We will have to see what happened between those parties. So when we're talking about the punish in the face, it's the final stage of the conflict, which is the violent act. However, we will have to go back before that. What is the conflict between those two in the first place? It may be a financial dispute. They want the first party want, let's say, money from the other one. He didn't maybe want to actually pay him back. But we will need also to go more deeper to understand the conflict. So, for example, when we talk about land conflict, we will have to go back way behind to understand why does the party have a dispute over this land right now? Who owned this land? How did they arrive to this stage of conflict? Those will help very much when we actually go to the mediation process. Because if there are two different views about the cause of the conflict, we will have a very difficult time to actually reach a suitable solution. So we have to understand that during the mediation process, we have to make both parties see the same problem. For example, if the problem was that the person, let's say we have A and we have P. If the person A have took money from P, and he took money from P, and he didn't want to return the money for him. So for one party, it's a financial problem. However, for the other party, it can be, let's say, a dignity problem. He didn't want to return the money because he believed those money is his in the first place. One of the main important things we have to do in the mediation process is to make both parties understand what is the cause of the conflict. We have to reach a common ground between those two parties to understand that this is the problem between them. It's not a dignity from one side and financial from another side. It's both the dignity and financial problem. So the mediator will have to help both parties to understand that the cause of the conflict, what is the cause of the conflict, how can it be described, and how both people understand this conflict. He have, for example, to make the people believe that yes, this is a financial dispute. However, it is also a matter of dignity or dispute. If the mediator have succeeded and arrived to this common ground, this common understanding between the two parties, it will be much easier for him to move to the second process to actually have a solution. However, if we stay on the cause of the conflict, that I say that this is a financial dispute, the others say no, it's not a financial, it's a matter of dignity dispute, we will stay too far away from each other, and it will be so much harder to actually reach a solution. So the mediator need to make them see each other point. He will have to make both parties understand what the other say. So the first part, you will understand that this is not just a financial, and the other one will also see that yes, it could be financial and it could be a matter of dignity. So once we achieve or arrive to this stage of common understanding the cause of conflict between the two parties, it will be much easier for the mediator to start looking for another point in the conflict process. So when we are done with that, when we have agreed on the causes of the conflict, we will start looking for the parties' need. So what both parties need to have from this mediation process. Does the first party want just to take his money back? Or does the other party just want an apology for the punish he have taken the case? Once we actually know what both parties need, what both parties want and expect, it will be much easier to negotiate the solution between both of them. So maybe we will reach an agreement that what the first one will apologize while the other one will return the money, or we will both of them will reach a solution to return the money on stages, not one full time, or we will have just the apology and the other will just forget the money. It will depend on how the party actually see the conflict and see what they want to reach from this conflict. So in this point, it is very important to reach a solution that both parties want. So the mediator will be better to actually ask the parties, what do you expect from this mediation process, or what you want to reach in the end of this mediation process. And it will be also very good to make both parties understand they need and they expect. For instance, the mediator will talk to one party and saying that the other party want to have an apology for the punish he have, or the other party want to have his money back and return it to him by the end of the next month. This way of pointing a very clear sentences that hold the same word as the party said is very good to help both parties understand what they want, what they need, and what they accept from this mediation process. So the third thing we will have to go is the conflict environment. And this is basically, when we're talking about the dynamic of the conflict, the balance of the power in the conflict. Lewin described the conflict environment as the style of communication to the way the disputants treat each other. For instance, does both of these parties are actually friends, or are they strangers? Are they family, or are they just a co-worker? How both of them treat and communicate with each other? What is the balance of power between them? What is the dynamic that controls this conflict? For instance, is there anyone who can help in reducing the tension between the both parties? Is there someone who can actually make the both party accept and go to the final solution? All of this will fall under the conflict environment. And it's very important for the mediator to understand this dynamic and know about it from both the parties during the mediation process, because it will help him to understand what they both think and what they both want and what type of environment they're living in, so he can actually help them to reach the solution and guide them through the mediation process. So how we can actually know all of this, how we can understand the causes, the needs of the party, and the environment. There is something we call the conflict mapping. The conflict mapping is it's a very good process. The mediator needs to start doing it before he went to the mediation process. So during the conflict mapping process, the mediator will start putting his list. Who is the party? What is the cause of the problem? What kind of environment the conflict have in? And he will have to start collecting information. And it's very important to have the information from the parties themselves. So start with the process of asking the parties, what do you want? What happened with you? Why do you want to go through the mediation process? What do you expect to achieve in the end of this process? All of these questions will help you to gather as many information as you need. And it's very important to actually work with this information the party gave you. It's not really very good to have work with the external information from another people in the process, but it's much important to rely on the information gathered from the parties themselves. So keep asking them, what do you think? What do you want? What happened? What do you accept? All these questions are very important to have your mapping tree, as we call it, which contain what is the causes of the conflict, what the party needs and expectation, what is the dynamic that control the conflict. Once you have all of this information in front of you, it will be much easier to see everything that lies in there. Sometimes many of the parties won't see a very important details that lies within their statement itself. So when you start to have all this information, you will be able to actually confront these parties and tell them, you said that you want an apology, or you said that the reason for the conflict was the money he gave take from you. And this will actually be very good to keep in mind, that you ask the question, you repeat the exact word the parties state. So I guess it's very interesting for people to hear their own word from someone else. When they say it, it will be much easier to ignore what they say or not really think about what they say. But when they hear the word from another person, it will be much clear for them to actually think about it. When I hear someone say, you said you want an apology, I will stop and think, did I really say that? Do I really want an apology, or I just want my money back? So it's important to rephrase and re-say all of those information to the parties to help them see the clear picture. You will say the party that the other person feels sorry for punishing you, but he see that he was right to do that. This will make you stop and think, why did he think that he is right? Did I do something beside the money problem? Have I ever insulted him, for instance? What is the real reason he wants to punish me? So all of this information, gathering the information and confronting the parties with their own statement, that will help them to see a new light in the conflict, help them to see details they usually ignore or don't want to focus on, and see the new light of what the other person thinks. Why did he do this? What did he want to have from this mediation? Or what is his point of view from this conflict? So this would be the conflict mapping, which it would be very good to start with it, keep with it during the whole mediation process, and start and keep gathering information as much as you need. So after this is when we're talking about understanding the conflict. So let me just stop sharing for a little bit. And I want to ask all of you, when we're talking about conflicts, gathering information from conflicts from the both parties, how do you see the process? How exactly do you see the process of gathering information? So is it just the question they ask? You ask the parties. Is there another way you think it's possible to gather information from? And what will this information help you with? We will do the same things as before. I will choose one from the audience. He will say what he think about what we say, if we have some addition to add, and he will choose another one to give another opinion. So let's start with Advocate Deb Bashkardosh, if I said it right. You are muted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My sound is clear?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Oh. Thank you to floor me. So in this situation, how to find the conflict, the issue of different two parties. First of all, find the major thing they alternately say another to another. The major things says that we find the conflict between the two parties. What they want, what to do. Thanks.
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about who actually start the problem, or how to find the cause of the problem.
Sorry, please say again.
If I said,
question is,
yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah. আপনি আপনার প্রশ্নটা কি করেছেন সেটা উনি জানতে চাচ্ছেন। ভাস্কর স্যার, আপনার প্রশ্নটা কি উনি জানতে চাচ্ছেন? উনি ক্লিয়ার না, আপনার প্রশ্ন ক্লিয়ার না, প্রশ্নটা আবার জানতে চাচ্ছেন।
Oh, the conflict between the two parties. Why the major issue is created?
When we're talking about the major issues and causes in the conflict, it is important to understand exactly what is it from, because when you understand what the real issue is, it will be much easier for you to start work with it, to have the vision about what can be the solution for it. For example, when there is a land between two tribes, for example, one tribe said that this land is our father's and grandfather's land and we want it for us, while the other said we bought this land from you and it's ours. The problem is not just the land itself. The land is the cause. However, what lies beneath this land? Someone said it's our fathers and grandfathers. The others say we have bought it. But why both of them actually want this land? Maybe it have some mineral. Maybe it have oil. Maybe it's a very good land to agriculture. So it's better to understand why both parties are actually argue or dispute about one thing. And it's not just what we see on the land, what we see on the front of us. There's always another part, another side to the story. So it's very important to start looking what is happening behind the closed door for this conflict. Why is both of them actually want to have this land? Is there something very important in this land, or is it just a historical need for those? So once you understand why both of them want this land, you will start to understand how to deal with them. So if it actually just a matter of agriculture or mineral, you may start to find a shared solution between of them. So both of them will use the land, will own the land and will use the mineral inside it in some way, maybe 50-50, maybe 40-30, it depends on how they actually do it. However, if it was more about the history of this land, it would be much harder to reach a solution because once as long as the conflict is much mental and very important, have a very important mentality to the party, it will be much harder to actually reach a solution because you can buy the mineral, you can give money and sometimes, but it's hard to put a price for history or for apology or for mentality. So it will depend what exactly is the issue and what lies beneath this issue. The most important things for the mediator is to ask the right question to what is the problem? What is the cause? Why both of you want this land? Why do you actually believe that this land is yours? Is there something important in this land? And in this case, it's good to use an open and closed question. For example, what, where, when, why, or is it true, or is it not right, or is it bad? So either he will say yes or no, or he will start to talk about a lot of things. I want this land because it's mine, it's my father, I lived my life on it. And during this process, you will be able to gather all the information you need to actually understand what is the problem, what is the real problem between those two. And once you have put your finger on the right answer, you will start the right process to find a solution for both of this. So I hope this has actually help you with the questions.
Okay, this and smoothly and fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So can you please choose someone else to give his opinion or her opinion about this topic?
Badal sir can say this.
Through your group, learned friend.
I am the only one person who's joined the group.
Yeah.
So Raja sir is there. He is the group leader in our group. Raja sir, Advocate Abdul Roof Raja. Hello.
Hey, can you did you choose someone else from the audience?
Yes, Badal sir. Badal sir can say this.
Okay. So we will wait for him to answer. Okay, I think he's not they're not with us today.
Shanta, you may call group 1.
Okay, no problem. So
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay,
Any
so
comment or not? Yeah, Joseph, please wait 1-2 minutes more.
yeah, for sure.
Sir, advocate group 1, George sir did group 1.
Just group 1, just.
আচ্ছা, আচ্ছা।
Okay, so Let us move to.
Just now you may carry.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So let us move to the second topic during the mediation. The solution. What we actually want to achieve from this mediation process. Some will say we will want to end the conflict. Another would say we want to reach a solution to both parties and just finish the whole violence maybe in there. So what we need to actually understand that during the mediation, we want to have a sustainable solution. What the mediation process may be different from the court, for instance, is that it will work toward what's best to work actually toward a sustainable solution, a solution that can stay there for as long as it can, not forever, but as long as we can make it. It's better to always have a win-win situation solution. So it's not about having one party to win over the other or one to lose in front of the other, but it's about to have both party winner at the end of it. So what we mean about sustainable solution is a compromise as an attempt at a resolution which accounts only partially for the interest of the involved party and which. So when we're talking about the solution, we talk about the interest of two parties. The mediator needs to keep in his mind that from the beginning of the process, mediation, we are working toward knowing exactly what the cause is and what the party needs, what they expect and what they want. So when you start thinking about the solution process, you have to take in your consideration that you need to meet the both parties' interests. You need to meet both parties' need and expectations. Because once you have, when you reach this point in your mediation process, you will be able to reach a sustainable solution that will stay there as long as the party need. And when the party are actually when the solution are actually meet both party needs, it will be much acceptable for the both party to apply this solution and to work with it and to commit to actually apply it on the ground, which make it much sustainable to stay, and which make it which make it help in the peace process we talk about. So what we have in this stage, as I said before, it's better to see and to ask the question. I will repeat again, it's much important to ask the parties, what do you want from this process? Or what do you accept to achieve in the end of this process? This will help you to understand what this point of view is, how do they both see the solution, and how did they both see the peace in this term. So when you say, when one party say, I want to have this land because it reminds me of my grandfathers, and the others say, I want this land because it can bring a good benefit to my tribe. I will have to start thinking much about how I can actually compromise those two needs together. How did the solution I will reach will actually help in meet these two needs? Because if the solution actually just give the land to one party and acknowledge their needs, for example, he acknowledged the history needs for the first party and didn't acknowledge or work with the second needs, which is the money and the benefits for the other party, the conflict will stay. The conflict won't actually be resolved. However, when the mediator works toward reaching a solution that will give both parties what they want, he will acknowledge the history for the first party, and he will acknowledge also the benefit from the land to the other party, and will also as a result, it will help on take the mediation process to the second level. However, there's something I would like to mention in this process. It's not always, the mediation process doesn't always work toward reaching a solution. In some cases, stopping the hostilities and make the parties see what's the other have is a solution in itself. For instance, I may not be able to reach the solution to this land between the history and the benefit, but what I actually achieved in this mediation process is that I helped the both party to see each other, to understand each other point of view, and to agree, for example, on going into more and deeper mediation process or negotiation process. So the mediator doesn't always need to have a ready solution in the end. It will depend, as we said before, on the conflict environments. Because in some cases, the conflict will take 1 to 2 sessions and it will be over between the both parties. But in another cases, it will take years to actually be resolved. And it will be done on a stages, the first stage, the second stage, maybe this year, the other year, the next year, and the year after. So it's always important for the mediator to understand what he wants to achieve at the end of this mediation process. But maybe the both party will say we want to have a real solution. However, in some cases, the real solution will be that you help the both party to understand their point of view and their needs. Hence, you will either advise them to go in a more or deeper mediation or negotiation process, or it will be the need for a new approach in the mediation process. It all will depend on your conflict mapping process in the very beginning, and the information you gathered from the parties during the mediation process, and your own understanding of what they need, what they want, or what they aim to do. So this will be, when we're talking about the solution, it should be a win-win situation. It should acknowledge both parties' need, expectations, and wanted. And in some cases, it doesn't need to be a real solution. It can be the idea that you actually help the people to understand each other is the real solution you have. So I guess this will be the main point about the main problem of mediation. The final things I would like to focus on is that mediation doesn't have one way. It doesn't have a one specific frame that you have or you need to follow. There is always a main and general instruction and principles, as we say, which is the one we talk about right now. However, how do you do the mediation? How do you start the mediation process? When you start the mediation process, it all depends on your expertise, in your experience within the practical or the personal life. So this is when we're talking about mindful mediation, what mindful mediation is. It's your own way of creating the definition of mediation. It's your own way of creating the type of mediation you want to do based on your expertise, on your experience, on your way of life. Maybe sometimes you may take the mediation from the principle of mediation from the religious background, from a legal background, or from a cultural background, because it's all about how to resolve the conflict and achieve peace between the parties. So whether you do it based on your religious, your identity, your ethnicity, your cultural, or even your legal background, it will stay on how you actually use these principles from all of these backgrounds to find your own way of mediation. So with this, we'll be finishing the first part of the training. So if anyone have a question, a comment, I would like to hear from all of you. So please take 5 minutes to think about what you want to say and raise your hands so we can all hear you talk.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the conflicting parties agrees to a solution, but as a mediator, I understand that this is not a sustainable solution, then what should I do as a mediator?
Well, actually, it's come back to the parties' need. You may think that it's not a good solution, or you may think it's not really a very sustainable solution. But if the parties are convinced that this is the best for them, that this is the way they want things to end, and they want to handle the situation between them, it's always better to actually agree, go with what the parties need, because at the end of the day, they are the one who will be committing to this solution. Once they actually reach the solution, agreed on it, and start applying it, if they found later on that it's not the solution they want, they will understand that this was their own choice. They have to go with it and hold the consequences to it. So either they will and even if they want to change it, they will agree on going back to the whole process again, and both of the agreements. So it's better always to go with what the parties agreed upon, because this is the sustainability of the solution. It actually depends on the commitment of the parties. How much do they commit to this solution is how much this solution will be sustainable at the long term. So at least this is my own personal opinion. There's always a lot two point of view to all those questions, because when we're talking about people, it's hard to predict, to know exactly what will happen with them, how will they think, how will change their mind. But for a start, as we said, it's our job to guard them to reach this solution. So once they arrive there, they will be much committing to it after that. So I hope this is the answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to hear from anyone else. So once you're ready, please raise your hand. Go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you. As a mediator, I think first of all, when two parties come to me to solve their dispute in a mediation meeting, when I notice two parties and I settle the date to come the mediation meeting. When the two parties come to me in a mediation meeting, as a mediator, first of all, I will discuss about the principle and advantage of mediation process. That means the principle of mediation process, that means voluntary participation, neutrality, impartiality, confidential, and etc. And the advantages of this process. When the parties understood about the mediation process, they will discuss about themselves. And when they discuss, any party can propose, firstly, any party propose to solve how the dispute can solve. Then another party will agree or disagree, or he can also repropose. When another party repropose the other parties, then we will discuss about the reproposal. When the two parties after discussion come to the point for determination to solve the dispute, then I will just help, I will guide the parties how to reach the destination to solve the dispute. I will just guide and maintain the mediation process. Then if they can solve their and reach their goals. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's really a good summary for many of the things we have said. So thank you very much, Nadia. It's really nice to hear it from you. So anyone else would like to add or ask something?
Madam, I'm Badal Kumar Chandu, a senior assistant judge from Shirajganj. I want to just add a proposition here. Am I
Go ahead.
audible?
Yeah, I can.
Just I want to add this proposition in that such way. As a presiding officer of the court, I also work as a mediator in settling settling the disputes relating to family matters and civil disputes. Civil disputes and family disputes. Understanding conflicts from the very angle of mine, I want to add that just to understand the conflict from intuition and just to invite for mediation in as a sitting judge, and then to talk to the parties for mediation, and then the parties come to the court with their guardians or their persons, those who are engaged with this mediation process, just to offer them and to invite for mediation is very much important, or feels very paramount consideration, that our environment is not mediation friendly. But if we offer them for mediation, they feel encouraged. So I think as a judge, offering parties for mediation or offering or inviting parties for mediation is very important in this in the present scenario in Bangladesh. But our environment is creating for mediation, so the judges needs to offer for mediation. That is very much important. Our honorable district and session judge is trying to create this environment in Shirajganj, and a panel mediator list it has been created. So we feel that we will be able to show the success of this mediation process, or within the within very soon. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with that. Also depends on the how much the community, the normal one and the legal one, accept the idea of mediation. For instance, I guess in some countries the idea of mediation is still not really very popular, or doesn't gain the real importance it deserves. For instance, in my country legal system, the idea of mediation is still far away from now, especially in the legal system. They don't even acknowledge the idea of mediation. Maybe there's a small number of family matters that go not to mediation but to some kind of arbitration. So it also always depends on how the country, the community see the idea of mediation. How do they deal with it on basic and daily basis, or even on the legal system? Do they have a specific or special setting for mediation that anyone want to go to can go to and go through the process of mediation, even if there wasn't a legal system to go with it. So yeah, thank you very much for your thoughts, Mr. Jyoti. So now is there anyone else who want to talk or say its mind before we move to the second part? Okay. Okay. So we talk about the mediation process, the conflict mapping, and the solution. So now we will talk about the other part, which is communication. What is communication? So people usually, or human being, are let's say a very communicative creature. We have communication on a daily basis with ourselves, with the people around us, our families, our friends, our co-worker, or through the phone, face to face, all those kind of stuff. So communication is a very important technique that need to be taken in consideration when you start in the communication process. So you have to look into the communication within the mediation process as a very important and basic tools. For Fisher, for instance, he say that without communication, there is no negotiation. So you will have to start focus in how to communicate with both with all of the parties you are working with. Choose the right technique to actually work with these people in order to understand the conflict itself, the parties need itself, and what is the better solution for you to actually go with. So I will be starting with, let's see, what is communication to you? So I'm sorry about that. Let me stop sharing for first. So when we're talking about a communication, what do you see? How do you see communication? Is it just a one-way definition, or is there so many definition for communication? How do you see it from personal opinion? So please take 5 minutes to think about this. What is communication to you? How do you see communication in your daily life? And I will be choosing someone from you to start the discussion process. So please take 5 minutes and think about it. Okay, let's see. We will start now with Nadira. You can go ahead.
Thank you. In my office, that means the legal aid office of Shirazganj. When the party, that means applicant, come to my office for his own dispute or conflict. Conflict means conflict may be civil, criminal, or family matters. We accept his application. Then we identify the mobile number or telephone number or email address of the other party. And it will serve from the applicant. Then our office staff communicate to the other parties, and we will settle a date. And the date will be settled by the opinion of two parties when they will come to the mediation meeting. In that date, two parties come to my office, and we start in a mediation meeting to solve the dispute. And that is the communication way in my office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadira. So let's see, you can also Advocate Almian, if you can give us your opinion on what is communication for you. You are muted, advocate.
Dear madam, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Just I want to add a point that for a successful mediation process, we feel some problems in communication channels. There are different tools for communication channels in mediation process. But when we order for mediation, or when we choose and pick a mediator from the list done by the Honorable District and Session Judge, and we feel that the order passed by the court needs to be added to the mobile phone numbers or with the order for communicating the parties when we order the mediator for settling disputes within the stipulated time, we just give a prescribed time for 15 days or 20 days for informing the court uh, the result of the mediation process and the update also, and what they have done within that time, and the sitting also relating to that matters. But they feel less communicated because they tried their best for or communicating via mobile number. Sometimes the mediators help, but in some cases the parties or the learned advocates don't try to give their communication tools like mobile phone numbers or etc. To the court. That is why some delay is occurred here. We try to pass order for mediation within a very short period, but the mediator feels or mediator informs us that they're trying their best for successful mediation process, but they are not helping, but they are not communicating with the mediators. So in that case, the things that is very essential, that communicating and just correlating the legal aid office and with the mediators, that is very important, I feel. Just for information or just for your kind information, I want to share that as a presiding officer in September 2021, I have successfully mediated 20 cases for settling family disputes, side by side civil disputes also. But we have no enough time for giving a mediation process. That is why we are choosing young mediators for that purpose. But in that arena, the communication channel or communication tools needs to be upgraded, and the integrated process needs to be correlated here for a successful mediation process. Sometimes mediator informs us that when we order the mediator for mediation process, they inform the court that we have no any resources for taking the certified copies or copies from the court. The problems lies here. They need to take the photocopies of the respective files for settling the disputes, but they have no any other source for taking these copies, but they needs extra copy or xerox copy for settling the disputes. So I think the communication and a system needs to be updated for successful mediation process. That's mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jitmita. So, Nuri, you wanted to say something, or okay.
Hello. In my opinion, the communication can, in a mediation process, can work as a three-step in threefold way. First, the initiation of the mediation process. Like the general people don't know about the availability of the mediation process. First, I have to inform them that there is a process except the cumbersome process of the court. There is also another way. There is mediation available. I have to communicate to them that there is a mediation process. Then, when I conducting a mediation, I have to understand the social status of the parties, their needs, and their their desired goals of the mediation process. I have to communicate with them. I can communicate with in a joint session or in a private session of the parties. I can understand their demands and their goals. And then finally, when they reach a goal, I have to communicate them that they can finalize their mediation process through a order of the court or a decree of the court. So in my opinion, the communication process is a three-step way in a mediation process.
Yeah, thank you very much, Noor. This is a very interesting point of view. So let us go back and talk much about how to communicate. So when we're talking about communication, how much effective can this communication be? It will depend on the mediator itself. It will be depend on the mediator itself. So how did the mediator exactly work on there is so many tools for communication. It's either face-to-face communication, it's direct communication or indirect communication. However, which tool you want to use and how much effective this tool can be will depend on how the mediator actually work. It depends basically on how much you actually trained to use these tools. You can use them once, twice, 3 or 100 times, or you can use them 1,000 times. So as long as you keep trying using this technique, keep putting them in use during your daily life, your work life, with your friends, your family, with your coworkers, it will become more effective with the time begin. So you have to keep focusing on that. Keep training, keep using these tools to actually have an effective way in the future. So we were talking about the communication tools. We will talk, for example, about the mirroring. There's, for example, let's say this questions. You will, the very first technique to start communicate with another person is to ask him question. For example, how are you? How old are you? What are you doing in your life? What is your occupation? How is your family? So this is a basic way or tool or technique to start a communication with others. However, there is also a lot of communications tool and technique you can use. For instance, and it will help on building your relationship with other people. For instance, there's the matching the patterns, speech patterns, or mirroring the body language. For instance, one of the way that you will feel or you will be able to build a good relationship with others, it will be basically mirroring their language body. You have to look carefully what the people or how the person in front of you is acting. If he was angry and you actually start to communicate or to respond to him in a violent way, this will lead to more conflict and more escalation in that relationship between of you. However, if the person in front of you was let's say calmed, and you start to actually mirror what he's doing, so he's putting his legs one over the other, you will start doing the same. If he, for instance, was playing with his pen, you will start playing with your pen too. Will send a message to this person that we are some kind of similar. We have the same patterns, the same movement, and we can actually trust each other more with our communication. So there's also another way to speech pattern. For instance, you have a conversation with someone and he's talking about specific terms, using specific terms like hereby or hands or whatever. So you start to actually copying these terms he used. Once you start copying his terms, it will send him a message that you are trusting him, that you are looking with him for him with respect, that you trust his word. So it will start to build a very good relationship between the both of you. So this technique, it's very important to actually look at them and choose the right one to use according to the situation you're in. It's hard to tell that there is a specific specific rules to when to use this or when to use that. It will basically depend on how you read the situation you're in, how you read the person in front of you. Does the person feel really stressed about yourself? If he, for example, you are starting the meeting with the conflict party and he feel really tension and anxious, for example, you can suggest having a walk instead of sitting on the chairs. You can suggest to start to talking in close to the window to see the scenery outside. You can do something to actually reduce the tension in the room, reduce the tension in this person, and to make him open up for you. For example, you can always use normal and light conversation. If you see the person in front of you is so closed, he didn't want to talk to you, he didn't want to give anything for you, you can start by changing the whole conversation. So instead of asking, what is the problem with you? You can start asking, how are you doing? How is your family? What are you doing for your free time? What do you love to do? Try to create some light conversation with this person to reduce his tension, to make him open up for you a little bit by a little bit. You can always share something about yourself. For instance, you will say, I love to go hiking and I have been hiking yesterday and I done this and this. Try to make him feel that you are trusted. You are someone who can actually say anything to you, and start to create this light pattern between both of you. So start with him. What do you like? What do you do? What do you want to do in your free time? And start a little by a little to build this trust relationship with him. Take him for a walk in the room, for example. Talk instead in front of the window instead of the chairs and the tables. Create this. This is the important thing. This small act you do, this small conversation you do, the small question you ask, it will help a lot in reducing the tension between you and the parties, and it will help him to open up to you a little by a little, and he will start to trust you and see you as a person who is there to help. Make sure that you point out that your job is to help this person to actually achieve or resolve the conflict it have. Make sure to make him understand that your job is to help them, to help him reach the solution, and you can be trusted as a person who can tell you anything. You have the confidentiality. You are neutral. You are an impartial person, so he can tell you anything. This is one of the technique you can use to make to help the conflict parties to open up to you. However, when do you use it? It will depend on how you read the situation. One of the things also in mindful mediation, when we use the technique, communication technique, it will help us understand what is the relationship between the two parties. How do they understand each other? Do they communicate with each other? Do they actually understand, talk to each other before? So during this process, you will start to not just build the trust between you and the conflict party, it will help you also to open the trust between the both parties. So they can also start to talk to each other. It's not just important to reduce the tension between you and the party, it's also important to reduce the tension between the parties themselves. So, sorry, so you can always start by asking questions, asking the parties their opinion, try to set specific rules in the beginning. For example, you will start by saying, this is a safe place, this is a trust place, everything is saying here will stay in here. You can also set I will come to your question a little more object battle. So just give me a little bit. So as I said before, try to build a trust between you and the parties and between the parties themselves. This is how when communication actually come for a very important thing. So when you're talking about the trust building between the parties, it's not a process that works just in the beginning of the mediation process. It's a process that will stay with you the whole mediation. For instance, if you have your second session in the mediation process and you actually succeed in making the parties open up to you and talk to you and tell you everything about themselves, and they are actually sitting with each other, there may be a tension. The tension may start again between those two parties in a later stage of the process. So when everything starts to close up suddenly, when you feel like the parties themselves are starting to withdraw from the process because they don't or they cannot accept what the parties want, in this case, it would be a very good idea to stop the mediation process and start to reduce the tension. For example, you can stop the mediation and tell the parties that we are going to take a little break. For example, we are going to have a little walk in the place to change the negative vibes you have in the room. For instance, you can tell them that we are stopping here for now and we can resume the mediation process later on. Try to stop any kind of escalation, even if it was a small escalation between the parties, because once there start to be difficulties and some, let's say, some mass between the both parties, it would be hard to actually broke these walls down again. So try to act as fast as you can. Once you feel the tension between the parties themselves, try to stop the process and start to reduce the tension and build a new trust between of them using light conversation, using change of the scenery, for example. All of this will help you with your process. So one of the most important things we will have in the communication is listening and ask. It's very important to always listen very carefully to the party, and it's always important to ask the right question. For example, when we talk about listening, you need to open your ears very, very carefully. You need to take every single word the parties said, because every single word they said, it will be very important to you when you come back to this session and review what they say, what they want, or what they actually worked on. So keep on listening and listen to everything they say carefully. And it's not just listening. You have to listen deeply. You have to take in every word they say and analyze it and put it in its right context. Because this is what is the most important, will help you to actually build your mapping conflict tree during listening. Another thing it's important is ask the right question. As I said before, to gather information, you need to ask questions. It's you have the two types of question. The open-ended question, which is what do you want, what happened, how do you feel, when do you want to go, where do you want to go, or the closed question is which it ended with yes or no. For example, is it right that you want to have an apology? Is it right that you want to go to the land? It's important to ask as many questions as you need, but it's also important to choose the right question to ask, because and it will be very important for the mediator, and it will be very helpful actually to have a notebook with you, and to have all the questions you want to ask on this notebook. So once you start the mapping process on the conflict, put your list of questions, the potential list of questions. So you put that I want to ask about the causes. So inside the causes, I want to ask, what is the history? When did it begin? How did it begin? Who did begin it? Try to put all those questions in a very strict and clear list, so you can use it during the mediation process. And be aware that as much as you listen and deeply listen to the parties, you will find that there's always a new question to ask. So you will always have a new things to ask about and to confirm about from the party. And this is important to keep all the answers with you to actually come back to them later. So another also technique beside asking and answer, listening and asking, is rephrasing and reframing and rephrasing the information. For instance, I said before that it's really different when the party hear their own word from another person, lips. So the rephrasing, the paraphrasing will depend mostly on said the word that the party have already told you, to make it clear for them that you actually understand what they mean and that they understand what they want. For instance, you will say in the end of the session, for example, you will talk to the parties and said, it is true that you said that you want him to give you the land because it's your father's land. Or you said, or you can say it like that. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that you want this land because it's contain a very important mineral for your tribe. Once you put the rephrasing in this way, it will make the parties stop for a little and think, is this what I really said? Is this what I really want? And is this what I really want to achieve in the end? From another point, the other party, when he heard this word from another person, not the party, no, the conflict parties, from a third person, he will also stop and think, is this really the problem between us? Well, do I want to this solution, or does the other party think really of this? The rephrasing is very important because you will achieve two main things. Firstly, you will tell the party that you understand the problem, that you actually listen, and you are concentrate with them, so you are not just listening, pretend to listen to them, which will make you appear very trustful person. They will make the parties actually trust you more and want to talk to you more and give you more information. The other things you will achieve is that you will actually tell the people what they said. You will put it clear in front of them that this is the problem you said you have, and this is the solution you said you want. So you will make them understand that this is exactly what they work toward. Hence, when you are drafting the agreement later, you will put the exact what they said, and they will understand that this is what they want, this is what they worked for, and they will commit to it at the end of the time. So this is already a very, very important tool to actually go with. Another thing I would like to say in this process, if you give me just a little. We're talking about the relationship. I would like to come back to this issue of relationship between peoples. So I said that it's important to work on creating the relationship between you and the parties, and possibly between the parties themselves, through the basic communication towards asking question, through the patterns you use, your voice, your eyes, your body language, how to communicate with them. It really is important to keep these this relationship a very strong and very clear relationship. So just this when this will come, yeah. So I will stop sharing for now, and I would like to hear from you about the idea of communication, the tool of communication. What tool do you exactly use? If you have any question in this topic, and if you have any comment you want to add. So I will give you 5 minutes, and then we will start the discussion process. Nadira, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Firstly, in a mediation meeting, I asked the applicant what is his own problem. Secondly, I asked the another party that what is his problem. Then I listened the problem from both the parties, and after listening the two problem from two parties, then I determined the common problem between the two parties. When decide the common problem, then I asked the applicant, so what do you want to solve this problem? Then he will says his opinion or proposal to solve this conflict. Then I will refer it to the other parties, his opinion or proposal. If the other party it will agree or disagree, or he can also repropose. If he disagree or repropose, then we all three will discuss this reproposal. After this discussion maybe take times 1 day or 2 day or half an hour or 1 hour or any more dates. So when we all three will discuss this proposal, when we come to the final stage of to solve this problem, then two parties then we will start to make an agreement. When two parties agree, then I make an agreement. In this agreement letter, some condition says in this agreement paper. Then two parties properly follow and properly read out this point of the agreement paper, and the two parties put their signature, and that is the way in our mediation meeting. And finally, we to solve the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadira. This is nice to hear. So, if I can hear from Advocate Ali Akbar, if you have something you want to share with us. I guess you cannot hear us. Go ahead, Noor. You're unmuted.
Sorry, thank you. I have a question. If in a mediation process, one party is talking everything about his problem, and the other party is silent or less vocal, should I give floor to the less vocal party to gain the trust of that party or to maintain the impartiality and the balance of the mediation process?
Well, it is actually necessary to make both parties engage in the communication. So yeah, sometimes you will face a party who will keep talking and have a lot to talk. But at the same time, the other one won't talk. In this situation, you will have to go and encourage and put a limit to the talkative parties. For instance, you will say, "Thank you very much. We got your point of view. And now we want to hear from the other one." So you have to engage the other party in the communication. Yeah, if he stays, and this is won't have actually anything to do with the impartiality and neutrality, because what you're trying to do here is helping both of parties to understand their issue. So you are encouraging both of them to actually engage in the talk, in the discussion, will not affect your impartiality. Instead, it will help you and both of them to understand what is happening, what they are doing, and what they want to do. So yeah, it's better always to encourage the silent party to engage in the process by asking a question. So, for instance, you will ask him, "I want to hear from your point of view. I want to hear what happened from your view." And the other one, try to, in some cases, it's good to ask open question to understand the whole issue. But if you know that this person will talk and talk and talk, try to use the closed question, because in some cases it will help you to reduce the talk that you heard already before. So you just ask him, "Is it right or is it not right? Did you do that or didn't you do that?" Try to use the open closed question to reduce his talk. While if you want the other to talk more, use the open question. "What do you think? What happened? What did you see in this process?" This would be a very good technique to actually have both of them engage and try to reduce the amount of talk that one person will do on the other one behalf.
Thank you very
Madam,
much.
just I want to know a thing from you, if there is any scope.
Judge Badal, can you hear it? I didn't hear you well.
Yeah, Madam, I just want to know from you the very point that sometimes we try the mediation process at the sitting of the court, but prior orientation and the ice breaking is done during the court proceeding. But the update or the development of mediation process, can it be communicated to the mediator panel that the have done is done by the court itself? And is there any scope for sharing the development or update that is done by the court to the mediator, that I have done to this point, or I have come to this point, but the next points or issues can be settled by the panel mediators? Can it be shared or can it be communicated to the mediator panel that the court has done to that point, and you can start or you can develop these points?
I believe it's the mediation was a confidential process. So I believe it will also be according to the system itself. But most of the time, when the court refer the cases to a mediator, it will only be interested in the final outcome of the mediation process. So it wouldn't be needed for the mediator to report single thing he have done, what he's doing with the parties, what did they say, where did he actually arrive with them. It would be better to actually just finish everything in confidentiality with those parties, because this is what he start his work with them upon, and just tell the court with his final outcome. Either we did success in the mediation process, and this is the solution we agreed on. This is the agreement I want to provide to you, or we didn't agree. We didn't reach a solution in the mediation process because 1, 2, 3, the parties didn't want to. There was a lot of hostility between them, and I'm returning the case to the court again. I guess this will be the best actually to have, but it's also, as I mentioned, it depends on the system itself, how the system organize the mediation process, the relationship between the mediation and the court, and how for example, the mediation panel in Bangladesh is actually work with both the parties and the court, and maybe sometimes the Ministry of Justice will be involved in this issue. So it will actually depend on how the system works. But I guess it will be just the final outcome that actually interests the court anyway. The judge didn't want to hear what's happening every single day because he have already a lot of cases in his hand. He wants to know the final outcome of this process. I hope this has answered your question, Red Panel.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, can I put a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, ma'am, while communicating with parties, sometimes it seems that some parties are arrogant or aggressive or shy or something like inflexible or not possessing a normal mindset usually we expect from them. In such circumstances, what will you devise? What will be the technique to control the position, control the environment, and especially what should we do? And in finding out the solution, how to control the parties in such circumstances?
Well, first of all, if before you start the mediation process, the joint mediation process, you will have a single mediation a single meeting with both parties before you going to a same room. So if you saw during those meetings that both parties are actually refused to sit with each other, they don't want to acknowledge each other, and if you've seen the possibility that there will be hostilities between them if they sit in the same room, the violence will break up, for example, I think it's better to actually return the case to the court and tell them that there is no possibility for those people to sit in the same room, because if they did, the conflict will escalate to more violence and it will be much harder to actually resolve it. But if you saw them that they are shy or they're arrogant, but there is a possibility for them to sit in the same room and actually talk about the thing, it will be depend on how the mediation process went. So once they sit in the same room, try to start pushing both of them to talk. If one of them is shy, ask him a direct question so they can answer it and they can actually engage in the discussion. If it's very arrogant, try to use a more gentle or more strict approach with him. If you want to try to set a simple rules, but say respect is a very important thing. So if this person actually with his word disrespect the other parties, stop the mediation process and remind him that we are in safe place and that we are agree on respecting each other, and any kind of unrespect will not be acceptable in this crowd. Behaving with strict way will be very good actually to make both party understand that it's not just you are not just mediating their problem, you're facilitating the whole session, and the facilitating also have a very strict rules. You have to respect each other, you have to listen to each other, and if persons try to raise his voice, for example, and start to shout and overwhelming the other party, try to stop him right there. Tell him, sir, please, can you just lower your voice and talk much calmer, because we here in a safe place, we want to respect each other. So try to see how they both work with each other. Sometimes they just want to raise their voice because they have nothing else. They believe that this is the only way to actually win the situation. So try to ask direct question to make them stop and think. And sometimes if they didn't have any answer, they will either just stop talking, or they will just try to looking for another way to go around it. So try to study both of them, see if it's possible for them to actually sit in the same room. If it's not possible, just return the case to the court and tell them there's no way these two people are sitting in the same place, because it will become more complicated. Hence, it will not be easy to resolve anymore. So I hope this is answering your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we now understand the concept of mediation and communication. The next hour until 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we will be having a practical session. So we will divide you into a breakup room. Each room will have 3 participants. I want you to have a play role. You will have 2 conflict parties and 1 mediator. Come up with a conflict you see in your life, on your work, and try to mediate this conflict. Try to start to understand who the party is, what the problem is, what they need, and try to reach a solution. You may reach a solution or you may not reach a solution, but you may reach an understanding to go into much deeper mediation process. And I want everyone to play the 2 roles, the mediator and the conflict party. We will have it for 1 hour, so try to have a play role as much as you can. Each one can be between 10 to 15 minutes, and depending on how you see the process go. You may actually feel that it's impossible to mediate this conflict between these 2 parties, or it can be so easy. So try to challenge yourself with this one and try to challenge your mediator to make him actually work toward resolving this conflict. Mr. Let me just give me 5 minutes so we can set up the room and start the whole process. Mr. Goswam, I cannot do the breakup room because I'm the co-host. So if you can please make up the breakup room. It's 3 persons per a room.
Yeah, Madam Jasra. Earlier we make a group.
2 persons? Mr. Goswam, you're unmuting if you're talking to me.
Mr. Goswami, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Mr. Goswam?
Now is okay?
Yeah, now is okay.
আমি যা বলছিলাম, what I am saying, Madam Jasra, discussing regarding mediation. She is discussing regarding communication in mediation. What is mediation? Communication mediation? It's depend to communicate heart to heart. And she also mentioned is very powerful asset in mediation. Communication is the word. We know from our constitution, that is Constitution of People's Republic of Bangladesh, 5th schedule, that is speech given by our founder, that is Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, how he communicate our Bangladeshi people collect what is communication in mediation. So remember, when you listen from your disputed party, then you asked what you asked. You select some word. In the meanwhile, we put some questions, mobile, etc., etc. No. In mediation, that is communication in mediation, is very much useful that what we ask and what we relay to solve the problem. This is our today's topic. And Madam Josla also trying to discuss in this way what is communication in mediation. Communication in mediation in short way, she said it's depend heart to heart. That is repeatedly I will say, when we communicate through any word by any message, remember and put your eyes toward founder, that is Bangabandhu's speech on 7th March, how he communicate our people. This very important example. As Madam Josla, you may proceed. Josla, Madam Josla, you may proceed.
Yeah, I am with you. Okay, let me see if I can set up the breakout room. Okay, I'm not really sure about this. Just give me 5 minutes to see how I can make it. Okay, I'm sorry everyone. It seems like it's not working. The breakup room is not actually working. There's seems something is wrong with it. So what we will do is like this. I will choose I will choose 3 persons. So those people will try to play this play role in front of everyone. I would like everyone to take note of what they see, because after the break, we will come back and discuss what was good and what can be more good in this play role. How did the mediator done, and what can he do more to actually engage in the process. So please, I will be choosing 3 person now, and I will go on this flow until the end of this of our time, the next hour. And after we come back, we will start to review about the whole process we shared. So is there anyone who want to volunteer to be the first group? I need 3 people, or will I choose them from you? Okay, let me see then. The first group we will have Nadira. If you want to, we will have Nadira. We will have Noor, and we will have Judge Badal. If you three please unmute yourself and open your camera so we can see all of you. And let's start with Noor as our mediator. Nadira and Judge Badal can be conflict parties. Are you three ready?
Yes.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes.
Okay, so here's your conflict. You have both Nadira and Badal are neighbors. However, Badal have some problem with the noise coming from Nadira houses. And one of his kids have gone into a fight with her child, and he have been in some sort of discussion, a very political discussion with her about the noise, especially at the night. So we're here to see how Noor will mediate this problem between both of them, because before it's escalate to any more violence between the kids or between even both of them. So please, Noor, you may start your process. Everyone else, please pay attention so everyone can learn from them and start review after we come back. Noor, Fazila, Nadir, the
Hello,
floor is
Isra.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
First of all, I want to paraphrase the problem. I am the mediator here. These two are the conflicting parties, Nadira and Badal, and they are neighbors. And some noises come from Nadira's house, which annoys Badal. And both of their children has engaged in a fighting, so they come to us for a mediation. Come to me for mediation. Okay. I am acting as a mediator, so I'm starting the process. Hello, Nadira and Badal. Good morning to both of you. I heard that both of you are neighbors and you had such a lovely relationship. And you come for me for mediation. I will help you to settle your disputes in a voluntarily and flexible process, and it's a non-judicial process. I will act as a neutral and impartial mediator, and this process is not binding upon you. You can this is a process so that you can end your problems peacefully. Nadira, I heard that you are such a lovely person and you have a reputation in your community. And also, Badal, you are also a peace-loving person and you have also a reputation in your community. First of all, I want to hear from Nadira about your problem. About the. I want to hear from Badal. First of all, I want to hear from Badal about the problem regarding Nadira's the noise coming from Nadira's house.
The problem I face every day that Nadira and me live in a same community, and our house is close to each other. Every day I get different twittering sounds from Nadira's house, and I have a sick a patient like my sick father, mother living with me, and from the very dawn to at night we get different sounds that also disturbs the peace and tranquility of my house environment. So I want to get a solution and permanent solution, as I'm a permanent resident in my community and I live here permanently. So I want to get a solution from you peacefully.
Thank you, Badal, for your information. Nadira, could you talk about the allegation brought by Badal about it? Kindly.
Thank you. Madam, I want I want to inform you that basically and practically, I and Badal is truly neighbor in practical, in not in this problem. In real life, we are really a neighbor. That now I am come to this problem that you refer us in this session. That Badal says that I create and my child create the noise. And he says that it disturb his parents and his personal life. I think that my kids are so generous and so normal, and they will not make any noise. I think it is not true, but they only play. They are only playing with their toys and some music. I agree that some music is great from my house when the kids are playing, but this is not so loud. I think so. It is normal. I think it is normal. It can be, it should not make any noise that can disturb battle. So I think it is okay, and there is no problem from my side. I think so.
Thank you, Nadira. But you agree that they sometimes you have such a lovely kids. They sometimes sing or makes noise when they are playing, which are most of the children plays and make noises. But I think the Badals have sick parents living in his house. So he sometimes maybe faced some inconvenience by your the sounds made by your children. If you as a neighbor in our Muslim law, as you are a Muslim, that you should care about your neighbors, care about your neighbors convenience, inconvenience, এবং should take care about your neighbors. So I think you can guide your children to make less noise, or can guide them to a when they are playing they should make less noise. Yeah, Badal, would you say something about that?
Yes, I want to add one point that the sound and the music coming from Nadira's house is getting louder day by day, and our community is planning for informing this matter to the municipal corporation, and trying for registering a complaint in the concerned police station against that matter, and we are on the way to file a complaint against that matter to the concerned police station for filing or registering a general right against that matter and informing that matter in the police station. So a legal step is going to be taken in that matter very soon. So we want to solve this matter amicably, and that's why we have come together to you, and we hope a fair and effective solution will be taken in this perspective, and it will be beneficial, and it will be very fruitful if the complaint or the dispute is solved in this process or in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badal. Both of you interested to resolve your matter in a peaceful process and in this mediation process.
I have a proposal. I have a proposal.
Yes, sure. Nadira, come on.
Badal says that the music is loudly come from my house. I also agree that some music create in my house when my kids are playing. I inform you that I'm a working woman. When I stay my room, house, then my kids were so normal. They are so polite. Their behavior was so polite when I was still in my house. But when I come out from my house and go for my work in my office, then what can I do? I will not control the children in that time because I am a working woman. So if you support, I suggest Badal, if you support me, anyone can come to take care of my children or come to say that the sound is so loud. Please keep quiet. If Badal sent any your relatives to come to my home or house to take care of my children, is it possible?
Hello, Mr. Badal. The proposition given by Nadira is that would you manage one of your family member or relative to act as a maid, as a caretaker of the baby of the Nadira because she's a working
It's
mother?
not, it is not. I'm just stopping you in this point. I'm getting angrier because how can you propose me in such way? It is not fair. And it is supposed to be insulting me in that way that I'm managing
No. It is not
anyone.
insult.
Just I want to address mediator that we want to get a fair solution. If there is if the problem is not getting solved easily or in this way, we'll go to the court and we'll file a litigation against Nadira.
Nadira, Mr. Badal is unable to agree with your proposition or support any help to you. Would you would you have any other proposition or proposal, Mr. Badal? Would you propose some solution of that problem?
Yes,
Because she's a working mother.
Yes, I have a proposition or suggestion for solving this problem amicably. That if you pay pay fee, our community can arrange anyone for you. But upon the payment of that that fee, we can arrange with our community. We can decide. But we at this moment, I'm not confirming you. But if our community agrees to that matter, that we arrange, but it is not sure anyone's duty. It is your duty to control your kids. It is not mine.
Yes, I agree. It is my duty, but it is my reality. It is my personal problem. What I explain you, I am helpless, and then I have a proposal also.
You
Proposal
cannot
also.
talk in such way, but I think you need to be you need to think more in a different way. But anyone cannot take care
I have
about
a
you.
proposal. I have a proposal. Uh, with agree with your proposal. Can I explain?
Nadira, you can explain about it.
Badal said that if I pay some amount to our community to take care of my children, then how much? The amount will be how much? Is it it is possible for me to bear? If it
Yes,
is
yes.
possible,
You
how much?
from just for information, mediator, dear mediator, I want to address you that from the very from our community, we are arranging a daycare center, or it will be inaugurated very soon, and it will be just beside our community, and we are planning that 10,000 taka in Bangladeshi money will be for 1 month for each baby in the daycare center, but it will be upon the discussion of the community.
But 10,000 taka is a very much big amount for me. I think I can handle only 6 or 7,000.
Mr. Badal, any opinion?
We will discuss this matter in our community, then we may decide. But I have not decided, but I am just proposing that we will discuss this matter. Dear mediator, just I want to add that if there is any time for us for discussing this matter in our community, we may come together to you for another discussion also. Is there any time?
Okay, Badal and Nadira. So for today's session, we are agreeing that Badal will, in your committee, Badal will arrange, and the other members of the committee will arrange a daycare center, and Nadira's baby can be kept there from when Nadira is out for work. So we are concluding here that for today there will be another session after that. After 3 days later, there will be session, and Badal will talk to the community members about the daycare center and the amount for the daycare center for the per month. So we are concluding here, and our today's mediation session is ending here. Okay. Yes,
but I want to get an assurance from Nadira to you that upon the next session, but he will take control over the sound management, so that we are not get angrier upon before the next session. Just getting an assurance from Nadira that we are not angrier more for louder sound today.
Okay, Badal. Nadira, could you manage it for the next
Yes,
for 3 days?
I will ensure you. I will ensure you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, both of you. Okay. So today's mediation.
Thank you, mediator, for you.
Thank you, Badal. Today's mediation process in there. The next session will be 3 days later. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Noor, Badal, Nadira, it was really interesting to hear. So before I start, would anyone would like to comment on what he just saw or what she saw? Anything is welcome to say. So let me hear what you think about this mediation process. Okay, so till you have think about it, let me just tell some note. In the beginning, it was good. Yes, Project Siam.
Okay, ma'am. I think they were emerging, and we are very much eager to what happens in 3 days later. Can you make it happen right now? And we want to see what is happening.
Okay. So let me just say this some of my notes, and then we will hear what everyone else have. So Noor, it was very good to introduce yourself, to build the basic ground, which is neutrality, impartiality, and just environment. And it was very good also to introduce yourself and then ask the both people to introduce themselves. However, there was some note that I think it's be better to avoid in any kind of mediation process. You should not actually tell the party what they should do. When you told adult that you can raise your children because you're Muslims and you're in the Muslims neighbors, it will be actually better to avoid any kind of this. It's not your job to tell those party what to do or refer to any kind of background for them. because it will make them feel that it's not your job to tell me what to do. You should help them to reach the solution without actually telling him, why don't you do this? What you should do this. No, I try to avoid any kind of this word and phrase when you use the mediation. Another thing, it will be very good to, after you ask them what is the problem, where do you see the problem is, it would be very good also to ask them, what do you want to do? You have asked this in some way of the mediation, and they both actually have gone back and forth with it. It would be very good in this, when they were talking about the daycare, the fees for the daycare, and the community center. In this process, it will be very good to say that based in what you say. For example, you can tell Badal or Nadira that based on what Badal said for the community center, Nadira, why don't you think about this opportunity? So in this sentence, you actually telling her what she may think to do, but it's not you who say that. You say that based on what Badal said, it's his word, why don't you consider what he referred to? So you put the ball in both of their fields, but you just play with the word. This is how can you actually guide them to the solution based on their words without you saying, why don't you go and consider the community center, for example. This is how you can actually use this word. Another thing, it's been very good to ask about what they suggest. Go deeper in this point. When she said, I want someone to sit with my kids, and Badal said, it's not my problem, you may interfere and ask Badal and asks Nazira, for example, how do you suggest to bring someone to take care of those children? Or you can ask Badal, what do you think of her suggestion to bring someone? Try to push him, not to push him, try to put him on the road that you may consider someone to sit with her children as a part-time job, for example. But it's the most important thing, don't use it directly with your word. Try to play with the word so you refer to both of the words. This is another thing. Also, it will be very good to interfere and sometimes stop the discussion when it's getting heated. When she said she's a working woman, he said it's not my responsibility. She said I agree. It was kind of look like it will be escalated to a higher discussion. At this position, you may interfere and say, please, I want both of you to calm down. We are here both to reach a solution, and getting angry at each other won't help. So please take a deep breath and start thinking about it again. And let's start from the beginning. Try to soothe the environment, to reduce the tension between both of them, and to make them understand that we are here to reach the solution that will help both of you. Not just one need. I want to help you and I want to help both of you. Finally, it would be very good if when they actually agree on something at the end, they agree they will meet in the community center. This in itself is actually a solution. It's not, the solution doesn't need to say, yeah, I will stop the noise and you will be happy. No, they agreeing on both going to the community center to discuss the issue of the money on the take care. It's a solution in itself. So it was very good to rephrase what they say at the end. And it would be very good to actually suggest a date. For example, let's say we will take a week and we will meet on the next Monday to see what happened and what did you take and how we can move on with this one. So I guess this is all the comment I have, but it was really good to have it. And I think with taking this into consideration, you will make it a very better in the next time you actually would read something. So anyone would like to add something before we move to the second group? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yes. Bolo, I want to speak here. Bolo, Nakita, I want to speak. Can I speak, please?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm Mrs. Salima Suban Kusu from CMC. Good afternoon to you all.
Good
So
afternoon.
I want to know whether is it a real problem or for the mediation they have created this play? Is it a sort of play or just for the sake of mediation they have, or whether they had any conflict between the neighbors, say Mrs. Nadera and Mr. Badur, or just for the sake of mediation they have created this play? May I know?
It's just for the sake training to help everyone to feel how they can do the mediation. There's no such conflict between both of them. I'm sure
Yes,
of that.
I've seen it. But one thing I want to say, the approach was not very convincing. Both the party, they approach the whole thing is not very convincing. Sometimes this is a very trivial matter. Two childs are involved. They are very innocent. From my opinion, both the parties could not approach it very convincingly. There was also problem with the language too. Sometimes when we talk with someone, the way we convey, the convincing capacity is very important. Anyway, if they can convey, if there is a conflict between the two parties, both should be very amicable. Otherwise, a small matter they will take it to. It will create a very complication. There are two childs. Innocent childs. So I will request why Badal will go to the police center. It is not fair on my part. Even I have seen Mr. Badul, when he was addressing Mr. Nadira, I think he should use the language, madam, instead of saying Nadira Begum or something. That also will irritate. So language, body language, some complication over there. So that was, they couldn't solve it problem. It's very trivial. Both of them should sit together. They don't need any third party to solve it, because I have to stay in that area and I should maintain a good relation with my neighbor, and my way of talking will be also very convincing. So to some extent I couldn't accept it. I don't know whether you agree with the body language was not was not very fair also. For a small child, why they will go to the court? They can sit together and solve it. They don't need any third party also. They can solve it themselves.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Salima. Yeah, this is actually the point we were trying to approve, that it doesn't need to arrive to the court. They can actually resolve it between themselves with the help of the mediator. Yeah, I agree. The language was a bit harsh, I think, because of the conflict between both of them. They both want to prove they're right, the other is wrong. So yeah, I guess that you are right. The mediator need in this time to interfere and ask both of them to act with respect, to speak with each other with respect, because they are neighbors and they have to also be respectful to each other. So yeah, thank you very much.
Ma'am, I would like to interfere. Ma'am, I would like to interfere here. This is a training for a mediator, not for the parties. So we can say how Nadira and Badal talk like this and that. And in real life, people actually talks like that. We have experience. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, thank you
for
very
that
much.
we need a little bit correction to live in this society, to live in this world. We need a little bit of correction also, and our IQ must be very sharp to deal with the situation too, please.
Yeah, agreed.
Also, language plays very good role here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Language is very important.
Language and communication to solve any problem. I will consider my language and my approach will play a very important role there.
Yeah, exactly. Because word can have so many meanings, and the communication between both of them were actually really tension. So this is where the mediator will come to make the tension really calm down. He should interfere, said, we are respectful to each other, please calm down, take a deep breath, or even if you want to go for a walk a little bit, then we come back with a new and fresh start. Yeah, so this is very
There's
important.
a famous saying that too many people spoil the whole scene. So if you get involved many people, instead of solving, it also spoils the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it is
Yeah,
only a correct and right approach, right time, right decision can solve the problem.
Yep, exactly. Thank you
Okay,
very
thank
much.
you. Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank
Okay.
you. So let's go to the second group.
Take care.
We have Mr. Tanvir Ahmed. If you please can join us. We have Mr. Samyon Aslam also, please. And we have
Ma'am, I want to interrupt here. It is already 12:13 p.m. I think our estimated time was up to 12 p.m. Is there the moderator, Mr. Goswami? Can you say something about this? We have already 30 minutes up here.
Today is Saturday. Every Friday, our schedule up to 12, but a Saturday up to 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
And thereafter, we start second session 2:30 p.m. Yes, Madam Josra, you very much correct.
I will
Up
still
to
have
1
13
p.m.
minutes.
You carry.
Yeah.
Yes, 30 minutes
Yeah.
more.
Thank you. So, Mr. Simon will be with us, and Mr. Tanver, and Mr. Kagali Minji, if I said it right. Mr. Kagali?
Ma'am, please be sure that she is there.
Oh, yeah, I guess he's not with us. Okay, so how about Advocate Ali Akbar? Can you join us? Mr. Advocate? Okay, I guess he's not with us also. Okay, so how about District Judge Serjain? I guess I said it right. Would you like to join us on this one?
Sir, your mic is muted.
You're muted, Judge.
Mr. Deep Bhaskar, advocate, he is a mediator of our district judge court panel. He may join.
Thank you very much. So our three parties, District Judge Strajan will be the mediator, Mr. Tanver and Mr. Simon will be the conflict parties. So our conflict, we will talk about, let's say, more criminal, maybe conflict. Or I'm not sure if any one of you have some specific conflict you want to go with. September, if you have something in your mind you want to go with, or Mr. Simon.
Ma'am, can you please make it clear who is the mediator and who are the parties? Please
The
say it again.
mediator is Mr. Serjanji.
Madam, it's Shirajganj.
Serjanji, sorry.
Actually, ma'am, Mr. District Judge Shirajganj sir, he is going to, he wants to skip himself, as far as I understood. Sir,
Yes.
are you want to play the role of a mediator?
Sorry. Okay, so you are the mediator, Mr. Tanver, you are the first conflict party, and Advocate Autumn Kamur, can you join us for this one?
Here, Mr. Supriya Rahman may act as a mediator. Supriya Rahman, join district judge.
Okay, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Simon, Mr. Tanver, and Mrs. Rahan.
Supriya Rahman.
Supriya Rahman.
Supriya Rahman may be mediated, and another two judges, that is Tanvir and Mr.
Simon.
Simon and Tanver.
Yeah. Two litigant people.
Okay, so if you would like
Madam.
to start.
Hello.
Hi.
Please say the problem or give
Okay,
me 5 minutes to...
Okay, so you both are living in the same street, However, Mr. Tanver's car is always parked in front of the house of Mr. Simon. He told him many times to remove the car from his parking lot, but Mr. Simon never actually did. At the end of the time, Mr. Tanver have pushed the car using his own car, which result in damaging the other car. So right now we are here to discuss how can we resolve the issue of the parking lot between the two parties and the compensation that Mr. Simon is asking for his damaged car. So we can start, Mrs. Shpriya, if you are the mediator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am.
Registered their name.
At first, I
consider just now. You sent.
May I start? Thank you.
Yes, yes.
At first, I welcome both of you as you are coming to me. You are come to me to mediate your process. You know it's a voluntary process. So please, you both consult together before me about your matter. I am hearing your consultation, and after your consultation, I will talk with you. Please, first party, Tanvir Ahmed and Simon Al Islam.
Okay, sir. Before going to the mediation program, I would like to request Miss. Say the problem again. We are really confused. What is the problem between me and Mr. Tanvir? Can you please say it again? It will be better, I think.
Okay, the problem is like this. You have always parked your car in front of Mr. Tanver's house. He have told you many times to remove it. Yeah, he told you many times to remove it from in front of his home, but you never listened to it. So he finally decided to remove it using his own car. He pushed it and away from his house, which result in damaging your own car. So right now we're discussing the issue of the parking lot in front of his house and the compensation you're asking for the damage, for your damaged car. This is the two main problems we have. You can continue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Shukra Rahman, you may restart.
Okay. I welcome both of you to come in my office or my places. As you know, it's a voluntary process. Please, you both together consult your matter about me. I am hearing your consultation, and after hearing, I will assist to the mediation process. Please start your consultation.
Yeah.
Together, Mr. Tanvir and Simon.
Yes, I am Tanvir Ahmed. Hello, hello, Miss Mediator. I am Tanvir Ahmed. Simon's house is front of my house. Simon has a car and often parking in front of my house. Recently, when he moving his car, he just pushed my car and damages my car. And in that case, my car is damaged. In that case, I want the compensation from Mr. Simon. That is my case.
I think, sir, the problem was something else. Actually, you have damaged my car while removing it from in front of your house. Got that?
I don't. I am the complainant, and in that case, you have damaged my car.
Okay,
sir, if you allow me, I am going to say it in Bangla. Sir, আমার গাড়িটা আপনার বাড়ির সামনে আমি পার্ক করি সবসময়। আপনি আমাকে অনেক বলেছেন যাতে আমি গাড়িটা এখান থেকে সরিয়ে নিই, কিন্তু আমি সরাই না। আপনি একদিন
তুমি
নিজে
সরানো এবং তুমি
আপনার
তুমি গাড়িটা ঘোরানোর সময় আমার গাড়িকে তুমি ধাক্কা দিছো এবং আমার গাড়ি ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত করছো। দিস ইজ দ্য কমপ্লেইন।
সমস্যাটা মনে হয় এই জায়গায় যে আপনি যখন নিজে আমার গাড়িটাকে সরাতে চাচ্ছেন, আপনার গাড়ি দিয়ে পুশ করে আমার গাড়িটাকে সরাচ্ছেন, তখন আমার গাড়ি ড্যামেজ হয়ে গেছে, তখন আমি ড্যামেজ চাচ্ছি আর কি, আপনার কাছে কম্পেনসেশন চাচ্ছি। ফ্যাক্টটা হচ্ছে এরকম অনেকটা। তো এই বিষয়টা নিয়ে আমরা মিডিয়েটরের কাছে গেলাম।
Tanvir Ahmed is a first party, so he is a complainant.
I am the
And
complainant. You
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Okay, sir. You can claim the damage. Okay.
yes, I filed my complaint.
complainant demanded some damage, compensation money, and
Yeah.
opposite party, how you proceed? কমপ্লেনেন্ট তার অভিযোগটা দায়ের করলেন, অভিযোগটা আমাদের প্রিয় ম্যাডাম মেডিয়েটরের কাছে প্লেস করলেন। এখন অপোজিট পার্টি হিসেবে আপনার কি বলার আছে সেটা আপনি প্রসিড করবেন।
Okay, sir. In the meantime, I have a call. Actually, I could not hear that. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Shupriya. Actually, Mr. Tanvir Ahmed, what he has brought the allegation is totally wrong. And it is true that I parked my car in front of his house, but it doesn't mean that this is out of my border, out of my area. I parked my car actually within the area of my house. So I have the right to park anywhere in my area, anywhere in my properties. And while the last day, while I was going to remove my car, I was going to go out with my car. Mr. Tanvir Ahmed has put his car actually in front of my house and within my area, and suddenly and with mistakenly I pushed his car. That was an accident, and I didn't do it intentionally. And as there is no mens here in my point, I'm not going to pay the damages. Thank you very much.
Ms. Supriya, there was a CCTV camera and footage, and that was my car parking area, and he came to my parking area illegally. In that case, there is a CCTV footage. You can see.
If you have a proof of this accident or occurrence, then how much cost you claim from Simon? Or
I claim 20,000 Bangladeshi taka, Bangladeshi money.
Mr. Simon, what about your views about the cost? Or
Actually, ma'am, I am not going to pay a single penny for this because I didn't do it intentionally.
But he came to my parking area. It is illegal activities. Maybe it is accident, but he came to my parking area intentionally.
See, Mr. Simon, in India you can lose something, but you may gain a lot of things in a short time. But if you don't agree to compensate Tanvir, but when Tanvir will go to the court, then you may suffer a lot. So you may lose something, but you should rethink about compensation as you done this, whether it is negligence or not.
In that case, I have a proposal. That is,
Yes.
he can repair my car and he give me 5,000 taka only. In that case, I
Okay.
will be agree.
Okay, Ms. Shupia has come up with a good point, and I think we should not go for a rigorous court process, and that will be that harassment for both of us, as we are good. We are in good relations, both of us, and I think we should not go there. And Mr. Tanvir should also what is my capability, what is my economical capabilities. I can manage up to 5,000 taka, and if then it can be possible, we can settle the problem here.
No, I am not agreed. You have to repair my car firstly, then you have to give 5,000 taka.
I can give him 7,000 taka, I think, and not going to repair the car.
I'm not agreed. Firstly, you have to repair my car. In that case, my repairing cost will be highly. My repairing cost will be 10,000 more.
Then why are you claiming that you are claiming 10,000 taka and want your car get repaired?
Because my car is damaged. I cannot
It will
use
not be.
it.
I think it will
can
be.
go out from my
You're
house.
claiming from double standard, I think.
There is no car without the damaged car.
Mr. Tanvir, if you think it slight negotiation, that Simon will never park his car again in your area, but you may sacrifice something.
Yes, I agree. He can repair, only he can repair my car. That is my last word. I will not take any compensation more than that. I I want only repair my car.
Okay, Mr. Simon, are you agree?
Okay, and then as we are good neighbor, I may go with this proposal. I am going to get the car repaired within 2 days, if we allow.
Okay, thank you. You both have a nice personality, I think, and then we may fix a convenient date to repair. After repairing the car, you may come my office and we will write a agreement that Simon will never park his car in the Tanvir's place, and the conflict was resolved, is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, everyone. It was nice, a nice conflict, actually. So let me start with some comment on the process. First of all, as a mediator, Shukriya, you should start with introducing yourself, then ask the parties to introduce themselves. You need to know who they are, and they need to know each other. As soon as they know each other, but mostly they have some kind of problem with it. So it will be very good to start new between both of them. So the first thing you need to do is ask him, say, my name is Shukriya, I'm your mediator in this conflict, and we will have a very confidential, impartial, and secret and just environment. So can you please introduce yourself? You will hear from Jonathan, who is he, and you will hear also from Simon. And so after you hear from both of them, you need to actually engage with them. The second things you need to start doing is ask them, what is the problem? You need to ask Tanvir what is the problem from his point of view, and you need to ask Simon what's the problem from his point of view. After that, you mostly were a passive mediator. You need to engage more with them. Ask them why. Ask Simon, why did he park in front of Tanver house? Ask Simon, Tanver, why did he push Simon car with his car? How many times did they talk with each other? What did they do before things arrive and escalate to this point? You need to keep asking both of them. Asking questions is a very, very important thing. And you need to ask as many questions as you need to actually understand. Because from what I heard, I didn't actually understand that there was, that if they actually talked before. Maybe they talked before, but there was something in the middle. So you need to keep asking about those stuff to understand what they did. And I don't think the mediator should actually wait until the party suggests what is the solution. Once you understand the whole issue, you get a very clear idea about the problem. You should ask them, what do you think you need to do to resolve the conflict, or what do you think it needs to be done to resolve this conflict? Then both of them will start to talk. I think this will be good. This one will say, no, I think he need, for example, to find a new parking lot for his car, or I want him to give me compensation for my car. For instance, when they stuck on the price, one of the things that mediator can ask is, how did you know that your car is worth 10,000, for example? Did you have an expert report on this car? If they do have, both of them, they do have expert reports, then you will start to see how you can arrive to a common ground between both of them. Amount that both of them can actually pay for each other. Because I don't want just say, I want to pay 10,000, I will say yes, and I don't have the 10,000. But if they don't actually have the report, for example, Simon say, I want 6,000 for my car, but his car actually need just 1,000. You will suggest in this case that why don't you bring an expert report to actually see the damage and understand how much the car cost. It's not you actually interfere, but you give them the suggestion to know exactly what is the problem here. So this will be another thing you need to focus on when you're mediating a session. Understand the problem, and keep engaging with them. Keep asking them. Don't let them just speak with each other. Don't let them suggest and take and forth between each other. Try to facilitate the discussion. He said this. When Simon finished, look at Tanver and said, Simon say 1, 2, 3. Do you think you can agree with him, or do you think you need to do something else, or you need something else more than he did? Try to keep this in your mind when you actually mediate the problem between them. Otherwise, you will end up just facilitating to the process without actual help to both parties. So I guess this is this is the most thing I have actually noticed. If anyone else have any comment on this session, please raise your hand and let me hear you.
Mr. Arup, any comment?
Okay, so I wanted to keep this in mind, to keep those notes for you. After we come back from the break, we have another 40 minutes. We will have another 2 simulation mediation. So I'll be choosing another 6 people to mediate. So to those who didn't act right now, please keep in mind, you need to ask the right question, guide the conflict party to the suggestion and to the resolution process. Don't wait for them to say, I suggest. Ask them, what do you suggest? What do you think you need to do? What do you think you want to do? What do you need to do? So for those who will be participating, we have another 2 session. Please keep those in mind, because I want to see all of those comments actually happened in your mediation process. So I guess for now, I will say thank you very much. It was really nice and enjoyable to have this training with you. And I will give it to the mic to Mr. Goswan to conclude this session before the breakup for all of you. Mr. Goswan, to you.
Thanks, Jessra. Madam Jessra, thank you. Yes, any question? Yes. Yeah, 5 minutes more. Any question? Learned friends?
Madam, Madam, I want to ask a question. Just not a question, but just a proposition. If the problem relating to mediation that is throwing towards us, if it is relating to property, it may also be beneficial for us for learning the techniques for the mediation process.
You mean the problem themselves?
Problems relating to property, if they are on the problem in the next session.
Okay, no problem. I will be keep it in mind. So we will have two problem on property and owner and on land. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Lalo. Okay, so there is one problem from that have been sent in the chat by Iman, Justice
Yes,
Iman.
Mr. Justice, Honorable Justice Iman Ali.
Yeah. How about we have this one? Yeah. How about we have this?
Our chief tenor.
Yeah. How about we have this problem with Mr. Justice as our mediator? So we will have another two conflict party. We will have, for example, let me give you from now. Mr. Salama, are you with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you be one of our conflict party for the next session?
Okay.
Okay, so another one, we also Mr. Advocate Advocate Ali, are you still with us or not?
Maybe from judge list.
Okay.
Anyone learned judge?
Who want to also join this join Salma and Justice in the next session? We will have another one volunteer.
The next session, I may act as a mediator.
Okay, so we have Salima and Salma and just Mr. Justice. Okay, very well. Then please, this is the problem in front of you. Read it during the break, and I will see you at 11, 2 and 30, right?
2:30. Yeah.
2:30. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the session, and I'm looking forward to spend with you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Madam Justice.
Yeah.
Yusra, may I ask
friends,
where you have
welcome.
joined from?
Yeah, sir.
Where has Yusra joined from?
I'm from Palestine.
From Pakistan?
Yeah.
Palestine.
Oh, Palestine. You're in Palestine now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're not disturbing your sleep.
No.
Good. Yes, please carry on.
Yes. Dear friends, welcome to second session. And now, Madam Jossa, you carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Gasram. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. So now we will be continue with our mediation role play. So I hope you have all read the dispute that was written on the chat. So we have our three participants, Mr. Justice Imam Ali, and as the mediator, and Mrs. Salma, and Mr. Salim, I guess. Right?
Madam Jossa.
Yeah.
It may be district and sessions of Mr. Nazir Hussain, mediator, and Salma, learned judge, and another judge, Mr. Asaduzzaman. This one group.
Asaduzzaman, ji.
Yes.
And another group, Apurva Patel, mediator from civil society, and another one, Aruf Ratan Shah and Professor Monwar Hussain. Now two groups before you, Madam Jossa.
So we were going with the two group you sent to me, right?
Yes, first you start from our judges panel.
Okay,
That is,
so we,
yeah.
I think,
so
Ms. Yusra, I think what Mr. Goswami is trying to say is that I don't need to be a mediator because nobody's going to choose me at my age as a mediator. So he wants me to leave out.
no. So so Mr. Gaswam, the first group will have Mrs. Apruva Patel and Mr. Arup Ratan and Professor Monwar Hussain. Right?
Professor Muhammad Monwar Hussain.
Yeah, those three.
His Lordship, any suggestion? His Lordship?
No, I think you choose the mediators that you think are appropriate. Obviously, they are the ones who are being trained to be mediators, so they should know precisely what they should say, how they should say it.
Yes, sir. Many thanks, sir.
And I will give my version of the mediation once, if you give me just 10 minutes afterwards.
Yeah. Yes,
so that,
yeah.
Because it is a live problem, and it has been solved through mediation of sorts. So I can tell you exactly what happened, but I need just 5 to 10 minutes to do that. But before that, yes, please go ahead with the panels that you have created.
Okay, very well. So Mr. Goswami will go with the first group, the mock mediation group. We have Mrs. Apruva as the mediator. Mrs. Apruva, are you with us?
But first is, Madam Joseph, first you call our district and session judge Sirazganj as mediator, and two other judges, one judge Madam Salma and another judge Asaduzzaman. Your mock play first this group, and thereafter Apurva Patel, another group. Group mediator Apurva Patel and two others, Professor Monwar and Arup Ratan Shah, another group. First you call judges group, that is district and session judge as mock mediator.
Okay, so so I don't want to be repeated. Can you please call the first group so we can start with it? Just tell them to open their mic and camera.
Learned District and Session Judge, Mr.
Yes,
Nadir.
yes, you can start.
Yeah. And with you two party. One party is Salma, Madam Salma, another party Asaduzzaman, Mr. Asaduzzaman.
Okay,
Yes?
are you
Yeah.
three ready for this one?
Yeah, you may start.
Okay, so we will go through another issue of property instead of this one, and so keep this one for the later session. So we have two land. They are registered in the official registration. However, there is a very problem with the border, the south border for the both lands they share. Both owners have been trying to resolve this problem, but they didn't actually agree on anything yet. And the problem is they don't want to go to the court because court take a long time to go. So the mediation session is built in order to find a common ground between those two landowners in order to have them, if not agree on a solution, but to have some progress in their border problem. So please, you may start, and we are listening to you.
Could you please describe the dispute a little more? I'm having a problem with the internet connection. So please, could you please?
Yes, we have two lands. They share the south border. However, these borders are problematic between both of them. They didn't agree on exact how or when or where the border are line. Where is the line between the both lands? So they don't want to go to the court because it will take a long time. So the problem, the issue we have is, can we? They both come here to find a common ground to stand on in this border conflict. Is it clear?
Okay. Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, you may start.
Thank you. So the disputants are two, Mrs. Salma Khatun Madam and I, and here the Honorable Mediator is our district judge.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes,
Thanks.
yes. Welcome you to come in my office. I am a mediator. I am a neutral person. I have no connection to you anyway and to your disputed land. Problem is yours and solution is in your hands. I just to help you to work in the right way to arrive in solution. So now, one by one, you can say your problem. Now, Salma Khatun,
Thank you, sir.
face your problem.
Between the two lands, the south side is mine, but the other party does not agree that. He claims the south side is his. That's my problem.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Giving me the
Asaduzzaman.
Actually, the land was not properly demarcated, and I was residing there for at least 12 or more years. So, as I'm currently in the possession of the land, and for a long time, and I have bought the land from, I have inherited the land from my forefathers, and now and residing there for a long time. I am claiming the land, and I think my claim is much more legal than my counterpart.
Thanks, Mrs. Salma. Mr. Asad stated that he is owned the land from his forefathers by inherit, and he is living here more than 12 years. And you can say how you have owned the land.
I bought the land from his grandfather before 25 years ago, and I possess the land by cultivate this. So it is not true that he possesses the land. And the land is demarcated by boundaries. Thank you.
Have you mutated your land and paid rent to the
Yes,
government office?
I mutated my land and pay rent up to date.
Mr. Asad?
Actually, the land was not demarcated equally, and I was barred from claiming my rights. So I prefer to go to court. But if you can mediate between us, it would be good. And I can give you some documents which can prove that there are some problems between us, that in my land she has encroached some part of my land.
About his encroaching your land, have you raised any objection to any of
Actually,
this?
I was going to raise, but I have come to you because because the court will take more years. So I prefer mediation.
Okay, thanks. So you know, in our country context, that land dispute runs years together. Then if you go to court, it will take more time. You have to expense much money, and it will affect your mental health also. So if you mutually resolution the problem, it will help you both monetary, and you will save more time, and your mental health will free from all affected problem. So now we have to appoint an investigation officer who have knowledge about survey. After surveying your total lands and to calculate your Mr. Asa's forefathers' land, we can see it again. Though it is according to claim of Asad, it is undemarcated and Ismaili lands. But Salma Khatun stated that she bought this Mr. Asad's grandfather from 25 years ago. Now, we can take help from surveying advocate commissioner. Mr. Asad, have you another lands?
No, sir, I don't have any. So if you can settle the dispute between us mutually, then it would be helpful for me, because I can't pay anymore, and I don't want the dispute to be continued further.
Mrs. Salma Khatun, have you any suggestion
Yes, sir.
to arrive
No,
in
sir.
resolution?
I agree with Mr. Assad. I don't want the dispute anymore. I want peaceful solution, and please guide us.
Mr. Assad, though your grandfather sold this to Mrs. Salma Khatun, in the life of your father did not claim this land. When your grandfather sold it to the Mrs. Salma Khatun, though your father did not claim, now you claim the land. Now you have.
Actually, sir, I'm not claiming her land. I have the land is separate from her, but the boundary is not demarcated well. So I think she's encroaching on my land. So
Okay, thank you.
The dispute is about the boundary.
Boundary dispute. So this is simple dispute. Now we can appoint an advocate commissioner who have vast knowledge about surveying. We have to survey the adjacent land and boundary, then we can come to solution. Now we have to appoint an advocate commissioner. Are you agree to appoint an advocate commissioner?
Yes, sir, you may.
Mr.
Okay, sir.
Assad?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So this boundary dispute may be solved by surveying the lands only. We can sit next week. In the meantime, the survey knowing advocate commissioner will survey the boundary. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir. I think that would be helpful for both of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Yes, Madam Joshua.
Well, first of all, thank you, everyone. But I actually have one major comment. District Judge, you actually were more a judge than a mediator. You were still actually the whole process, you were dealing with it as if it was a case in the court, and you are looking for, at this case, from a judge point of view. You weren't acting as a mediator, you were acting like a judge, or if I want to say it in a more simple, it's like arbitrator. So first of all, it was you who actually provide the solution. It was you who guide them to what you see is the best solution. It was you also who moved the whole information. So first of all, it's really better if you when you think of yourself as a mediator, to just take off the judge robe you wear usually and see yourself in a new light. You will have to see yourself as a person who is there to help people reach the solution and not give them the solution, because that's what the judge do. They give the solution based on the facts and based on the law. But the mediator doesn't do that. He helped them to actually arrive the solution they want to have. So this was actually the major comment I have on mine. Another thing I want to make a note of is that you have mentioned a report that you are having about the land. So what if it was if any new information or any new document that bring that in the mediation process, it wasn't brought by the parties themselves, it won't really be preferable to use this document or to use this information. Mediator needs to work with the information he got from the parties themselves. If they did not give him this information, it will be hard to work with it because the other party will refuse to accept it, and even the first party won't even admit this information. So you either have to take it from him directly or waiting until he give you this information. But you don't, it's really not preferable to bring any new information without them knowing, because they will actually say, no, we don't do that. We didn't say that. And we don't agree on this. So it will be not, it will be pretty much useless. So I guess this is my very comment. It was good idea to start the introduction. The way you started the introduction of the session was very good. Introduction, yourself, you, them, the basic rules you were working in. The engaging with both parties was very good. You ask here and you ask that, and you take the opinion from both that side. And the way you ended also was very good. It's very useful to have a timeline set at the end of the mediation session, because the mediation process can take different sessions. Today, every week, every day, depends on the parties. So it will be good to, at least if I didn't reach a solution at the end of the session, to have a clear timeline that the party will accept and follow to continue with in the next week. So I think those was the main point I have on my mind right now. If anyone else want to comment on the process, mediation process we saw right now, please raise your hand and tell me what you think.
Madam Joseph, may I allow our chief trainer, Mr. Justice Iman Ali, sir? He like to say something regarding this point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, His Lordship, Mr. Justice Iman Ali, sir.
From what
please.
I heard, in fact, the two participants or the two litigants actually didn't really state their case very lucidly. And I think the mediator should have said, first of all, clear of exactly what is in issue. For example, I own 10 decimals of land to the north of the side of this plot, and my counterpart owns 10 decimals of land to the south, but she is taking 12 decimals instead of 10. So there was lack of evidence, I think, or lack of full statement from the Can you all hear me?
It's not clear, Mr. Imam. The voice is coming.
Should I say it all again? I think the network is probably not good here where I am. What I was saying is that the two litigants or participants in the mediation, they did not state their claims fully at the very inception. And the mediator, I believe, should have asked more details from each of the contesting parties. There's nothing to say, can you elaborate on what your dispute is about? Can you elaborate on why you think the other person has encroached on your land? How far has he or she encroached? So give more details, get more details from the parties, and then only you can get them to talk more and more. It is essentially the parties who will do the talking. The parties will tell the stories And the parties there will then each realize what the other person is claiming through their discussion, through their conversation. And I think that is where the mediator failed, because he, rather than getting more information from each of them, he then went and tried to solve the issue by a neutral assessor or commissioner. Did I make it clear this time?
Yeah, it is very clear. And yeah, I do agree with you. I think what he was still thinking with his judge robe, so he didn't actually get out of it fully. I guess it will take time for maybe especially for judges to get out of their usual mindset and try something different, because to be a judge is a very long process and it takes time to be serious with the rules, with the law, with everything, and you actually consider every single thing you do. So I guess it can be hard to take out all of this and start from another and a different point of view in my mind. Okay, so anyone else would like to comment or give us how his view about this process? Okay, so let us move to the next issue. Mr. Iman, I guess you will tell us about how did this problem exactly work in the mediation process, right?
Do you want to, first of all, get your team to do the mediation, and then I will tell you how it happened actually.
Very well. So, Mr. Gaswam, can you introduce the second team we have?
Yeah, in place of Apurva, please you write down one name, Mr. Professor Monoar Hussain, mediator, and another two persons, one Advocate Kazli Minji, first party, and second party, Mr. Arup Ratan Shah.
Yeah, so everyone, please open your camera so we can see you, and open your mic. So you have solved the case. So please start whenever you're ready, and let us see how you can handle this cases in the mediation process before we see it how it was actually went through the mediation process. So the floor is yours. Start whenever you're ready.
Excuse me, Yushra, I'm just afraid if you can repeat the fact once, please, in a brief. My network was very poor. I was not able to hear that for a moment. So can you please just repeat the fact in a brief?
Well, I didn't provide a new conflict. I guess you have it all in the chat. Did you see it in your chat, or do you want me to send it again to you? Let me just send it again to everyone.
If you like, I can briefly tell you.
Please, sir.
I think that probably be quicker and easier for everyone. In 2016, A and B agreed, came to an agreement. It was a written agreement, but it was not registered. So written agreement between A and B. A would buy the property of B for 30 lakhs taka. And then A paid 23 lakhs and was given possession. And as soon as the money was paid, they would execute the deed. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I will switch off my video because I think my internet is not very fast here. So within that next year, A does not pay the remaining 7 lakhs. He tells B I'm sorry, I couldn't pay, but I'm in difficulties, I can't make the money. So I will pay you soon, very soon. And like this, they go on for another 4 years altogether. So 3 years, 1 year plus 3 years. Then A pays taka 2 lakhs. B receives that. But then A asks B to register the property in the name of C. And B finds out that actually A has agreed to give C the land for 40 lakhs. In other words, making a profit of 10 lakhs. And having found that, B says, no, you're in breach of contract. The contract was between you and me. And now you're making a, well, he's not saying it, but he's saying that no more contract. So A and B together then approach their common friend, D. D says to B and A that since you have not paid the money for 4 years, pay the rent for the 4 years 10 lakhs. Obviously, A doesn't agree, and B thinks that D is right. He should get rent or compensation for the 4 years that he has not been paid the remainder of his money. So what is the solution?
Right, got the facts, sir.
Okay, so please take a minute to see it again and start whenever you're ready. We will be waiting for you.
Mr. Professor Monwar Hossain, sir, and Kazli Menji, are you present?
স্যার উনারা আছে
Are you in
কিন্তু
both?
ভিডিও অডিও অফ করা।
Professor Monwar Hossain's audio is off. Please unmute your microphone. And I don't see Ms. Kazli anywhere.
Hello, please hear me.
Shanta Kazli, are
স্যার
you in both?
কাজলি মিনজি আছে কিন্তু ওনার ভিডিও অডিও অফ করা।
At least audio to on korte hobe.
To legal aid officer.
হ্যাঁ এখনই ফোন দিচ্ছি।
আর আরেকজন পার্টিসিপেন্ট কে আছেন পার্টি?
একজন অরূপ রতন শাহ।
আচ্ছা, অরূপ রতন is online.
Yes, sir.
This from civil society group.
Okay, so we just want Ms. Kazli to join, and then Professor Monwar Hossain can proceed as the mediator.
Madam Kazli Minji, are you in board?
If not, then perhaps somebody else could take the place, because otherwise we are losing time.
Huh?
Yes,
Hello?
she's there.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready to join the
Yes,
team?
Kanji.
GM Kazali Minji.
Are you understand your problem? You're the first party, first you place.
Maybe, are you ready to join us for the role play, or you need some time?
Ms. Kazli, did you hear the problem at all?
I think Madam Josra, mediator already joined, and second party already joined, and just now first party also joined. Start or our Yes, sir.
Ms. Kajli, did she understand or did she hear the problem? Did she understand the problem, or was she not online at the time?
Madam Kajli, are you
I am
understand?
Kajali Minji. Ji.
Yeah. Are you understand what problem before mediator? Mr. Justice, Honorable Justice Mohammad Imali sir, just minutes ago. Hello.
There's a balance.
কিছু আগে আমাদের সম্মানিত বিচারপতি মোহাম্মদ ইমালি স্যার একটা প্রবলেম প্রেস করেছে, যেহেতু আপনি ফার্স্ট পার্টি আর অরূপ রতন শাহ সেকেন্ড পার্টি, আর মেডিটের হিসেবে আপনাদের সামনে রয়েছেন প্রফেসর মনোয়ার হোসেন। এখন এখন এই প্রবলেমটা সলভ করার জন্য আপনার উভয়ে মেডিটের কাছে আসছেন। এখন মেডিটের এটা কি শুরু করবে? আপনি কি আপনার প্রবলেমটা বুঝতে পেরেছেন?
আমি আসলে সম্পূর্ণটা শুনি নাই। একটু আরেকবার বললে ভালো।
অরূপ রতন, মিস্টার অরূপ রতন বাবু, are you understand? So
Yes, sir.
I think you understand. So you may be first party and you explain first before start our program. You explain
sir.
before Kajli Menji.
Okay, sir. Should I explain now or after the mediator starts?
No, প্রাথমিক আমরা এখনো মেডিয়েশনে যাই নাই। এইভাবে
Right,
ওনাকে
sir.
একটু বলেন যে প্রবলেমটা কি, স্যার কি প্রবলেমটা বলেছেন সেটা ওনাকে একটু বলেন। বাংলাতে ওনাকে
although it
বলেন,
is-
তাহলে উনি ইংলিশ কনভার্সনে যেতে পারবেন।
ঠিক আছে স্যার। ঘটনাটা হচ্ছে এরকম যে 2016 সালে এ এবং বি এর মধ্যে একটা এগ্রিমেন্ট হয়।
মিনজি
একটা
কি শুনতে
property-
পাচ্ছে? ম্যাডাম মিনজি, আপনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
জি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা, ওনার কাছে বিশ্বাস জেনে নেন।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম, চ্যাট বক্সে দেয়া আছে, আপনি একটু খেয়াল করেন, আমি একটু বলছি তাহলে ভালো ক্লিয়ার হয়ে যাবে। 2016 সালে একটা এগ্রিমেন্ট হয় এ এবং বি এর মধ্যে, একটা প্রপার্টি রিলেটেড এগ্রিমেন্ট, যে এ বি এর কাছ থেকে একটা প্রপার্টি কিনবে এবং সেই প্রপার্টির প্রাইস ধরা হয় 2016 সালে 30 লক্ষ টাকা। তো 2016-তে হ্যাঁ, তখন এ বি কে 23 লক্ষ টাকা বুঝিয়ে দেয় এবং তখন একটা রিটেন এগ্রিমেন্ট হয়, যদিও প্রপার্টিটা রেজিস্ট্রেশন হয় না, কিন্তু একটা রিটেন এগ্রিমেন্ট হয় এবং এ বি কে 23 লক্ষ টাকা বুঝিয়ে দেয় এবং বি পজেশনটা হ্যান্ড ওভার করে এ এর কাছে। তার মানে এ এর কাছে পজিশন আছে, বি এর কাছে 23 লাখ টাকা আছে এবং পরবর্তীতে 1 বছরের মধ্যে এই বাকি টাকা পে করার কথা এবং 1 বছরের মধ্যে এই ডিডটা রেজিস্ট্রেশনটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা। কিন্তু 4 বছর হয়ে গেছে, 2020 সাল পর্যন্ত এ বি কে আর কোনো টাকা দেয়নি। 2020 সালে এসে এ বি কে আরো 2 লক্ষ টাকা দেয় এবং 2 লক্ষ টাকা দিয়ে বি কে এ রিকোয়েস্ট করে যে আপনি এই জমিটা এখন রেজিস্টার করেন, বাকি টাকা আমি পে করব, কিন্তু আপনাকে আমার নামে রেজিস্ট্রেশন না করে, তার মানে এ এর নামে রেজিস্ট্রেশন না করে রেজিস্ট্রেশন করতে হবে সি এর নামে। তার মানে এ বি কে বলছে যে টাকা আমি দিচ্ছি কিন্তু আপনাকে রেজিস্টার করতে হবে সি এর নামে। এরপরে বি খুঁজে বের করে যে এ আসলে এই প্রপার্টিটা সি এর কাছে 40 লক্ষ টাকায়, মানে 30 লক্ষ টাকায় তো বি এর কাছ থেকে কিনবে, কিন্তু সে সি এর কাছে 40 লক্ষ টাকায় বিক্রি করার জন্য একটা মানে বিক্রি করবে বলে ঠিক করেছে। এই সময় বি কি করলো, বি এ কে এই প্রপার্টিটা বিক্রি করতে রিফিউজ করলো। বি বলছে আমি আর তোমার কাছে বিক্রি করবো না। এরপরে এ এবং বি দুইজন একজন তাদের মিডিয়েটরের কাছে পৌঁছায়। সেই মিডিয়েটরের নাম হচ্ছে ডি। এই সলভটাকে রিজলভ করার জন্য একজনের কাছে পৌঁছায়, ডি এর কাছে। এরপরে ডি বি কে সাজেস্ট করে যে ঠিক আছে, তুমি একটা কাজ করতে পারো, তুমি এই যে 4 বছর যে পার হয়ে গেছে, এই 4 বছরে ওই প্রপার্টির ভাড়া হিসেবে এর কাছ থেকে 10 লক্ষ টাকা ক্লেইম করতে পারো। তাহলে এখন বি কি করছে, ডি এর সাজেশন হচ্ছে যে বি এর কাছে 10 লক্ষ টাকা ক্লেইম করবে কিনা সেটা সাজেশন দিয়েছে ডি। এখন এই প্রবলেমটা আমাদের হাতে আছে যে এর নামে এখনো এ সি এর নামে প্রপার্টি রেজিস্ট্রেশন করতে বলছে, কিন্তু বি সি এর নামে প্রপার্টি রেজিস্ট্রেশন করছে না, আর ডি মানে মিডিয়েটর বি কে সাজেস্ট করছে যে তুমি রেন্ট হিসেবে 10 লক্ষ টাকা ক্লেইম করতে পারো। এই হচ্ছে আমাদের
ক্লারিফাই
প্রবলেম
করি
স্যার।
মিস্টার ওরপ্রতন, একটু ক্লারিফাই করি, ডি কিন্তু মিডিয়েটর না, জাস্ট এ কমন ফ্রেন্ড যাকে তারা অ্যাপ্রোচ করে,
কমন ফ্রেন্ড,
হ্যাঁ, মীমাংসা করে দেওয়া, মিডিয়েটর না।
স্যার
ইয়েস প্লিজ কন্টিনিউ।
হ্যালো
স্যার, আমার মনে হয় আমি বলে ফেলেছি পুরোটাই।
রাইট,
ইয়া
hello Emmanuel sir, I am clear all the total facts about total facts.
Then I think we can go into the mediation.
Thank you, sir.
লর্ডশিপের প্রশ্ন, আপনি কি এখন মক অ্যাক্ট হিসেবে মেডিটেট হিসেবে জয়েন করলেন না আরো ক্লারিফাই হতে
হ্যাঁ, জয়েন
চাচ্ছেন?
করলাম।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
Yes, হ্যাঁ, I join.
ম্যাডাম জোসরা, হি মে জয়েন। ম্যাডাম জোসরা,
Yes, I am here. I can hear you.
he now act as mediator. Just you follow.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah. Yes, Professor Monar Hussain,
Yes.
you may start.
Hello.
হ্যাঁ, আমরা
Dear
শুনতে পাচ্ছি
Arup,
গুণগত। আমরা শুনতে
dear
পাচ্ছি।
Arup,
Yes, sir.
and you are okay?
Sir, I'm okay.
Okay. Achha. Hello, another the Kazli madam.
Yes.
You are okay?
Okay.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Fine, thank you. Actually, we discussed about the problem where Mr. Arup Ratun is a party A, or Mr. Madam, you are party B. So please, what's happened between you?
No great mark.
Please explain, Madam, explain your problem.
Sir, should I start?
Start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mediator, Professor. And thank you, Mr. Kazli, for joining this mediation with me. I hope that after the mediation, we will come out with a very acceptable solution. My problem is that when in 2016, when I bought this land, I thought that I could pay the money at one go. But at that point of time, although I paid 20 lakh, but 10 lakh, it was not with me. I could not pay it to Ms. Kazli Minji. But I thought that I can pay it by 2017. But at that point of time, I had some problem, so I could not pay it. In 2020, I paid 2 lakh more, and she accepted, Ms. Kazli accepted. But now she is refusing this to register it in the name of C. Although it is true that I thought that initially I will buy it in my name, but now I'm changing my mind. I will buy it in C's name. But I don't see that what is her problem in it. And she is refusing this to register. Although I'm having the position, but she is refusing it to register in C's name. I'm requesting you, sir, to solve this dispute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arup. Please, Kazli madam, you tell
Thank you,
about this.
আমার সমস্যাটা হলো আমি এবং আমার সাথে একটা চুক্তি হয়। চুক্তির ফলে আমাকে 30 লক্ষ টাকা সে নগদ দেয় এবং পরবর্তীতে দেওয়ার কথা থাকলেও সেটা দেয় না। এবং পরবর্তীতে 4 বছর পর সে আবার আমাকে 2 লক্ষ টাকা দেয় এবং পরবর্তীতে আমি সি এর কাছে সেটা 4 লক্ষ টাকায় সেই প্রপার্টি আমি বিক্রি করে দেই। এবং আমি এই যে
Please clear again. You sold this land.
জি তৃতীয় পক্ষ ধরে সি কে আমি সেটাকে 40 লক্ষ টাকায় বিক্রি করে দেই অন্য জায়গায়।
40 লাখ টাকা বিক্রি করে দেন, আপনি দেন? Hello, you sold.
না, এখন কনফিউশন হয়ে যাচ্ছে। ফ্যাক্টস এর মধ্যে কনফিউশন হয়ে গেলে কিন্তু মুশকিল।
আচ্ছা, এটি পরবর্তীতে আমি circa 40 লক্ষ টাকায় আর কি
না
দেওয়ার
না
জন্য
না
ইয়ে করলে আমি একে
No,
এটা না দেওয়ার
এ এ এ এ এ আপনার কাছ থেকে নিয়েছিল ল্যান্ড।
এ এর কাছ থেকে জি জি
ল্যান্ড আপনার,
ল্যান্ড আমার
এ আপনার কাছ থেকে কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছিল
কন্টাক্ট
যে
করেছিল 30
30
লাখ
লাখ
টাকা
টাকা, যে 30 লাখ টাকা কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছিল
জি
এবং
পরবর্তীতে
সে আপনাকে 23 লাখ টাকা অলরেডি পে করেছে,
জি জি
কিন্তু রেজিস্টার্ড হয়নি।
এবং পরবর্তী
এদিকে
না
এদিকে
রেজিস্টার
4
হয় নাই
বছর পার হয়ে গেছে,
জি 4 বছর পার হয়ে গেছে আমি সেটা
রেজিস্টার্ড
আবার
হয় নাই। এই টাইমে সে না, এই টাইমে অরূপ কুমার সে
জি
থার্ড পার্টির কাছে এই জায়গাটা বিক্রি করার জন্য একটা সেটেলমেন্টে গেছে 40 লাখ টাকায়। এর মধ্যে আপনাকে 2 লাখ টাকা সে পে করেছে।
জি
ইট ইজ ফ্যাক্ট।
জি
আচ্ছা, কিন্তু এখন যে 40 লাখ টাকা বিক্রি করতে যাচ্ছে, এখন এই যে জায়গাটা, সে জায়গাটা কিভাবে বিক্রি হবে? আপনি যদি ল্যান্ডটাকে যদি লিখে দিতে হয়, অর্থাৎ যদি এই যে সি পার্টিকে যদি লিখে দিতে হয়, তাহলে তো মিস্টার অরূপ এটা লিখে দিতে পারবে না, দিতে হবে আপনাকে। কিন্তু
জি
এখানে আপনাদের মধ্যে কন্ট্যাক্ট হয়েছে, কিন্তু দলিল সম্পাদন হয়নি। আপনি একে দলিল, অর্থাৎ অরূপ কুমারকে আপনি দলিল করে দেননি, কিন্তু অরূপ
না
সি থার্ড পার্সনের সাথে একটা দলিল করতে মানে যে কন্ট্যাক্টে গেছে, সে ওই জমিটা তাকে দিবে, কিন্তু এই জমিটাকে কিন্তু আপনাকেই লিখে দিতে হবে।
জি
এখানেই আমাদেরকে সমস্যা, দিস ইজ দ্য প্রবলেম। এখানে 30 লাখ টাকা আপনার সাথে কন্ট্যাক্ট, অরূপ কুমার সোল্ড দিস মানি, কন্ট্যাক্টে গেছে, সে বিক্রি করবে 40 লাখ টাকায়, সে সি পার্টির সাথে কন্ট্যাক্ট করে ফেলেছে। এর মধ্যে আপনাকে 2 লাখ টাকা দিয়েছে, এটাই মনে হয় সমস্যা। তাহলে এই যে এর মাঝে যে বিষয়টা বিক্রি হবে, সে 40 লাখ টাকা গেইন করবে, মানে সে 40 লাখ টাকা পাবে, আপনি তার কাছ থেকে আরো 7 লাখ টাকা পান। এখানেই একটা প্রবলেম হয়ে রয়েছে, এখানে ডি পার্টি।
Mr.
এখন আপনি
Mantri,
এর ভিত্তিতে, অন দ্য বেসিস অফ দিস, ইউ ক্যান এক্সপ্লেইন হোয়াট ইজ, মানে আপনি কি ধরনের সমাধান চান?
Sorry, are you asking me?
হ্যাঁ, প্লিজ, ইউ ক্যান টেল।
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, since 2016, I was in constant connection with Mr. Kazli, and I was requesting her that I need some more time. And in 2020, as you already know, that I have paid 2 lakhs to her, and she has accepted it. She has accepted it. So it shows that we were in touch since she has accepted. So at that point of time, since that point of time, she was ready to sell this to me. Now I have decided to sell this property to C. Sir, I guess that we can come out with a solution which can help me to sell this property to C, at the same time which can help Ms. Kazli Minji to have some extra money if she wants. I guess that we can come out a very amicable solution. So the solution is that since I had the possession since 2016, and I have used this land for 4 years, so I guess that my profit is not 10 lakhs. So we can calculate the profit, what can be the possible profit, and then maybe profit can be shared if it is possible to her, so that she can have some extra money, and she can after that she can register this in the name of C, if it is possible. I am ready to do that, sir.
Thank you. Kazli madam, are you
জি
agree this?
জি
Are you
I am
agree
agree
this point?
জি
You are agree?
I am agree
অরুব্রত যে বলেছিলেন যে আপনাকে 2 লাখ টাকা পে দিয়েছে, আর আপনি পান কত, আর কত পান আপনি? তাহলে আপনি কি ক্লিয়ার? আর ইউ ক্লিয়ার হিয়ার?
ইয়েস, আমি পাই হচ্ছে আরো 7 লাখ।
7 লাখ। Within 7 lakhs, Arup Ratan sir, 2 lakhs already been paid. Hello, madam.
এটা মোট কত টাকায় আসলে ইয়ে হয়? আমি প্রথমে দিয়েছে 23 লাখ।
23 লাখ। আপনার জমিটা সেটেল হয়েছিল আপনাদের মধ্যে 30 লাখ।
30 লাখ আমাকে দিয়েছিল 23 লাখ।
23 লাখ অবশিষ্ট থাকে 7 লাখ।
জি, পরবর্তীতে দিয়েছে হলো 2
4
লাখ।
বছর কিন্তু পার হয়ে গেছে। You think here, 4 years passes.
জি জি,
4 বছর পার হয়ে গেছে।
হ্যাঁ,
এই এর মধ্যে আপনাকে 2 লাখ দিয়েছে। এখন আমাদের অরূপ সাহা, অরূপ বাবু, তিনি সি পার্টির সাথে এই জমিটাকে, এই ল্যান্ডটাকে বিক্রি করার জন্য একটা সেটেল করেছে 30 লাখ, 40 লাখ, 40 লাখ।
40 লাখ।
ঠিক আছে, আপনার যে টাকাটা আছে সে টাকাটা আপনাকে দিয়ে দিবে, আর যে 5 লাখ আছে আপনাকে দিয়ে দিবে।
আচ্ছা, এখানে আমার
জমিটা আপনাকে সি পার্টিকে আপনাকে লিখে দিতে হবে।
আচ্ছা,
আর ইউ এগ্রি হিয়ার?
আমার প্রশ্ন হলো যে আমার এখন যেটা থাকলো যে যেহেতু দীর্ঘ 4 বছর অতিবাহিত হয়ে গেছে এবং এখানে আমার কিছু, জি, যেহেতু 4 বছর অতিবাহিত হয়ে গেছে এবং এটার এখন বর্তমানে প্রপার্টির দামও বেশি হয়ে গেছে, এই জন্য বর্তমান ভ্যালু অনুযায়ী সেখানে আমার দামটা দিলে আমি সেখানে এগ্রি করব।
মিস্টার অরূপ কুমার, Mr. Arup Kumar.
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
You hear it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please tell your opinion.
Already,
sir, as I already told you that I'm ready to share the benefits that I'm having, but she is claiming 10 lakhs, which is way beyond the value of this property. The property is not worth of 40 lakhs. I guess that for last 4 months, 4 years, my profit is not more than 5.5 lakhs. So if she want me to share the profit which I got from this property, using this property, I can share the portion of that property. But as you know that this property is not worth of 40 lakhs, so I'm ready to share my property, share the profit, but it is not worth of 40 lakhs, sir. So I can share maybe 40 to 50% of the profit that I have made out of this property.
Hello, Kazi madam.
জি,
আপনি কি অরূপ কুমার, অরূপ কুমার সাহেব, অ্যাডভোকেট অরূপ কুমার সাহেব কথা কি আপনি শুনতে পেয়েছেন?
জি জি, শুনতে পেয়েছি।
তাহলে আপনার মনের কথা কি?
মিডিয়েটরের কাছে আমার চাওয়া হইলো যে আমার বর্তমান ভ্যালু অনুযায়ী যেভাবে মিডিয়েটর আমাকে ঠিক করে দিবেন আমি সেখানে এগ্রি থাকবো।
মেডিয়েটর ঠিক করার কেউ না। আমরা আপনাদেরকে নিয়ে এসেছি, দুজনকে নিয়ে এসেছি, আপনারা দুজনই এর ভিতর থেকে সলিউশন বের করে আপনারা একটা সমাধানে আসবেন। Mediator is a neutral person, impartial, voluntary, as a volunteer.
আচ্ছা, এখন
প্লিজ টেল।
অ্যাডভোকেট অরূপ কুমার সাই পার্টি এ, উনি এখন কত দিতে চাচ্ছেন?
উনি যে 40 লাখ এখানে যে 23 লাখ এখানে 40 আপনি তো শুনেছেন সব যে 40 থেকে 40% সে লাভের অংশ সে দিতে পারে।
ঠিক আছে, আমি রাখছি।
আর ইউ এগ্রি? হ্যাঁ,
জি আমি এগ্রি।
অর্থাৎ অরূপ কুমার শাহ যা বলেছেন তাতে আপনি সন্তুষ্ট এবং তাতে আপনি সম্মত হয়ে দলিলটা সি পার্টিকে লিখে দেওয়ার জন্য সম্মতি প্রকাশ করছেন।
জি
দ্যাটস ওকে। অরূপ কুমার শাহ
স্যার,
মিস্টার, আপনার 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 প্রপোজাল অনুযায়ী আমাদের কাজলি ম্যাডাম অ্যাকসেপ্টেড ইওর প্রপোজাল।
thank you very much, sir. I hope that this is a very nice solution, and with this solution, we both will be benefited.
Yes, thank you to
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Thank you, Kazli, madam.
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you.
Okay, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to both to all our participants. So I do have 3 comments which I can take from this one. In many cases, you will find a party who don't understand the issue, or he's seeing the issue from a total different view about what actually happened in the ground. Like, for example, this case is Mr. Kazali doesn't really understand the whole issue, or maybe she sees it from another ground. One of the important things that the mediator can do in this case is to make sure that the party actually understand the whole issue is to repeat the facts in front of the party. So listen to the party themselves and repeat what they say to you once and twice and third and make sure that they do understand that this is what they say, this is the problem they are working on, and that is what they want to achieve. So one of the things that he has, the Mr. Amunwar has done it, is to repeat more than one time what Mr. Kajali said, so she can understand the whole issue from her perspective. So I think it's one of the important things we actually keep it in mind, rephrase the things the party said and tell it again to them, so they can understand that this is what they saw, this is their perspective from this issue. Because many times the party will say, no, I didn't say that. But when you rephrase using their own word, you will say, no, this is what you said to me. Do you want to change your statement? Or do you want to change your point of view? This is when the issue will start actually appear, and the real issue will appear to the field. So I guess this is the main thing I want to take it from this one. I understand that Madam Kajal didn't understand the issue, so at least I hope she had a nice experiment with us. So until now, we have at least I have finished most of my schedule. We do have now 20 minutes before I conclude the sitting. Yeah, Mr. Imam.
Would you allow me to tell you exactly what happened in this case?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It will be of interest to the parties also. What happened is, in fact, it wasn't a mediation, but it worked out a bit like a mediation, and it all happened over telephone.
Oh.
So party A and party B were both known to me. So A said that this is something that happened many years ago. Now we are having problems. Can you help us sort it out?
Mm-hmm.
So I got the facts from her, and party B again agreed that this is what happened and said, yes, if you will help us sort it out, we'll be happy about it. So party A, in fact, said that, no, actually, I didn't really want to have the property because I wasn't able to pay the money, and therefore I wanted to get out of the contract. But then I found, because the property had increased in value, I found somebody else to buy it. And that's when I decided that I'll pay the rest of the money, and if they allow it to be sold to the third party, registered in the name of the third party. See. And then I talked to party B. Now B said that, yes, we agreed to sell the property to A. We did not agree to sell it to C. And we cannot tolerate that A is making a profit out of this property of 10 lakhs when we agree to sell it to her only. And we will not agree to sell it to C, register it for C. And in that case, we will want 10 lakhs as rent, as has been suggested by D. So I said to party B, so you have agreed to sell the property for 30 lakhs. You have taken 23 lakhs and you have given possession. So you have not taken them in as tenants. Therefore, there's no question of paying you rent. Is that correct? Said, yes, that was the agreement, that we will give them the property. We have handed over the possession and just get the money, rest of the money, and we'll register it. But we will not register it in the name of C, because that was not part of the contract. She's making a profit out of on our hands from taking a benefit and out of the delay. And we have lost out because of the delay. So I went back to A and I said, look, according to you, you made a contract with B that B will sell and register the land to you. You have not paid the rest of the money for the last 4 years. And now you have paid 2 lakhs, which they have accepted. But they are refusing to register in the name of C. So A then says, yes, perhaps it's not right that it should be registered in the name of C. We will agree to get it registered in our name if she will agree to accept the rest of the money and register it in our name. So C is out of the scene. So I go back to B. And I said, C is now out. A will have the land in her name, and she's willing to pay you the rest of the money. B says, well, that was our agreement, but she did not pay within time. We have lost money as a result of the 4-year gap. And the property has gone up by value 10 lakhs in an event, as it's seen from their agreement with the third person. So we will not give it on those terms now.
Okay.
So I go back to A. They will not give it on those terms because you have caused them loss over the last 4 years by not paying the remainder of the money. And the property has gone up in value. So A says, I will agree to compensate them for the period that they have not received the rest of the money. How much will you compensate? Give me a figure so that I can tell them. And she said 1 to 2 lakhs for a period of 4 years for the 5 lakhs that we haven't paid. So I go back to B, and B says, okay, but I will not accept anything less than 2. So we have now got the agreement. A was agreed to pay 1 to 2 lakhs. So 2 is enough. 2 is okay. B has agreed to accept 2. And that is where it ended. So the property is going to be registered in the name of A on payment of remaining 5 lakhs plus 2 lakhs on top as compensation. And that's how it ended over the telephone.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's the issue of land. It's much easier to go or to resolve through mediation than going to the courts. Well, at least I speak from my own legal system. The issue of land, it take at least 15 years in the court. This is the shortest legal case for property cases in my country. So I think mediation is a way to it help people resolve so complicated issue with as Mr. Iman said, over the phone, or even now over the Zoom meetings, or even Google Meet. So it's not that hard to actually go through mediation and find a common ground for everyone, for all the party to stand on and see their perspective and the other person's perspective, because otherwise they will have to go through a long and expensive process, especially through the courts. Or even if they want to go to the arbitration, sometimes arbitration is more complicated than it looks like. So mediation can be one of the easiest, most acceptable and most common way to actually go with it to resolve problem. Especially that we do mediation all the time. When I want to go to when I want talking with my son and he want to buy a new toy, I tell him, no, you get one last week, I will get you one another the next month. This is called mediation. I am actually bargain with him, negotiate with him in order to have a solution that meets my need and his need. He want the toy, I want to make him learn how to keep his toy system. So we all do mediation our own way, even at a small or personal level, or on the business and formal level. So I believe that mediation is a way that as a tool that everyone have. Everyone has learned through his life. At some point of his life, he must have gone through some conflict, and he must have gone through some type of mediation, even if he didn't actually recognize that what he's doing is mediation or negotiation or alternative conflict resolution method. He still have gone with it. So one of the main things we are calling for in WMO, especially in mindful mediation, is that mediation is a special social core within us, and everyone has his own way of mediation. You just need to sit a minute and look for this core in the social core inside of you, and you will find it in there. It's not that hard to actually know how to use your tools, especially with the legal system, because I believe even at the lawyers, they do mediation and negotiation most of the time. They do it either with their clients when they're talking about money or the cases they have, or with the judges or with their execution system. So they do it all the time, and they have the tools they need. They just need to put it in the right way to use it. So with this, I guess I will conclude my presentation. It was really, really nice to have all of you here. So now, before I end my my presentation, I would like to hear every one of you just tell me your opinion about the whole topic, the mediation, the communication. How can you use it in your practical life? What exactly would you take from this training day with you to your practical life in the courts, as a lawyer, as a judge, as a mediator? So I will give you, maybe I will start with naming someone, and we will do everyone will name the other one to actually said his opinion, what he's taken with him from today, and how he can use this tools in his practical life inside the court in Bangladesh. So I would like to start with Noor. Mr. Noor, you can start if you would like to.
Thank you, Yusra. Thank you, Yusra. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you, BIMS, for giving me the opportunity to sum up the today's training, and what I learned from this training, and how can I use it in my day-to-day life in my court to resolve the issues through mediation. I first of all, today we learn about the communication with the litigating parties. I'll use the technique to understand what their needs and what they want and what their social status and who is in the upper hand of both of the parties. And and sometimes we face in the court that one party does not understand his position or what are the real issues there, what are the conflicts in there. So from today's training, I will educate the parties about that there is a process of mediation. They can resolve their issues very promptly and without the hassle of the court. And I will from this training, I will enlighten them about their position, and I will enlighten them about the mediation process. And thank you. Now I choose Simon Al Islam to say about his views of this training.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Mr. Nur Mohammed?
You are audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, firstly, I must thank Ms. Yusra. This is an amazing session today we have. Thank you very much. What have you learned today? And I'm going to use this statement and this experience in while mediating cases. Firstly, when people comes to me for cases for mediation, with cases for mediation, while mediating, firstly, in opening statement, I must say like Assalamu alaikum, Mr. A and B. I am Simon Al Islam. Please be seated. Will you prefer a cup of tea? Thank you. Kindly put your mobile phone in a silent mode or shut it down. We will try to solve the problem if you want. And please do remember that this whole process is non-judicial. None of your statement will be revealed in a legal procedure. This procedure is also voluntary, and I'm not going to impose my own decision upon you. Here you can choose your own option. I also let them know what is the advantages, what will be the advantages if they choose to solve their problem through mediation. And I also explain them what will be the demerits if they if they fails to mediate the problem and choose to go for a regular court process. And I also ask them, I also tell them they cannot choose any settlement which is illegal under the laws of the land. And I also tell them if you can manage to reach towards a settlement agreement and upon such agreement a court decree is passed, only then it will be binding and not before that. And then ask them to proceed with their problem. At first, I will let both the parties to speak about their own position. I will listen very carefully and very attentively. Then I will try to find out what is the interest both of them are actually they are claiming. Then if it is necessary, then I will arrange a joint session where if parties wants, advocates may be present or their family member or anyone else can be present. And if necessary, I will let them sit in a private caucus if they want. If they reach in any settlement and the conditions are legal, I will prepare an agreement and let it pass through the court decree. And if parties fail to reach settlement and both of them stick to their own position, then I will explain about some probable options which may retain proportionately interest of both the parties. And and this is how I will ask them to bargain, negotiate, and if then it be possible and they can reach an agreement, they reach a settlement, I make the agreement and thank all of them. That's all, Mrs. Yusra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Can you please defer to someone else so we can hear from them?
Thank you. Is Mr. Badal Kumar Chandra is here? Mr. Badal Kumar Chandra.
Thank you. I want to know a thing from Honorable Justice M. Iman Ali sir. During the session, I learned and I enjoyed these sessions. I'm very much
uh, um, uh, the session was very beneficial for me, and it will help me to serve during the trial of the cases. Just I want to know a thing from Justice Sir, that is there any scope or any opportunity to consider the opinion from the persons having the special means or knowledge about the particular field from the mediator, for the mediator? Or if there any opportunity or scope for learning or having or considering the opinion from the persons of having knowledge, to what some extent it can be considered?
Well, I think the experts will tell you better than I can. But from my point of view, I would say that the answer is no, because the mediator is simply a referee. He is there to make sure that the parties are talking to each other and not fighting. Make sure that the parties each understands what the other is claiming and how far they can come to a mutually suitable agreement. They may lose a little, they may gain a little, but it is the parties who will discuss amongst themselves and come to a decision which will be final between themselves and will be agreed by themselves. So I don't think there is any question of involving any expert, because the mediator does not need to know either the law or the expertise of any person. He is simply helping the two litigating public, the two fighting public, to make sure that they understand each other and that they can resolve their problems by themselves. So there's no question, I believe, of inviting any expert. Perhaps Ms. Yusra could advise. She's a qualified mediator and knows more about mediation than I do. Perhaps she could help us on this question.
Well, actually, I do agree with you, Mr. Iman. It's unless the two parties agree that they want another opinion, the mediator should not suggest this one, because he is there to actually help them achieve the goal, will reach the solution they're looking for. Mediator job does not contain the possibility of providing new information, new reports, or providing new experts. Even unless the two parties agree that we want another opinion on this issue. For example, we want another opinion on the valuable of this land through this 4 year, how exactly was worth. We want a fourth opinion. Then the mediator will be agree with that, because it will help them, both of them, to reach the solution. Otherwise, it wouldn't be preferable to the mediator to actually suggest something like that, because in this case, it will raise suspicious, because who is this expert you want to bring? What is your relationship with him? Why is it him and not anyone else? So it's better to stay away from this act and stick to what the parties themselves want to act.
Madam,
I think if I can add just here, if I can add just here, for example, the value of the land, the parties will themselves perhaps engage their own assessor to find out what the value of the land is if they want to fight for the value of the land. So each will get their own opinion, and they will then stick to that opinion, maybe, or they will come halfway. So if both will find out from a land surveyor that the property value is now 40 lakhs, then they all know what the value of the land is, and then they can bargain, as you did in your mediation, not my mediation, but your mediation today. What they decided was that they will cut the profit in half. The profit was 10 lakhs, so they will take 50-50. That is, I think, good solution, and she will get the property registered in that name. If they both agree, that's fine. There's nothing illegal about it. But
exactly.
the way it was resolved in my presence was different, because B simply refused to allow A to gain 10 lakhs out of nothing. But
On the other hand, they agreed compensation of 2 lakhs only. If they agree, then that is fine. That is final.
Yeah, exactly. If the party agree, as it said, even if it's not, if the mediator didn't think this is a good solution, it's not his place to actually say that. If the party agree, then they agree. And if they actually convinced with the solution, they will commit to it later. And this is the main point I want to reach. I want a solution that will stay with both of them. And if they are convinced that this is the best solution, so be it. It's not my place to accept, no, this is bad for you or for you. I will be actually ruining the whole process. I will ruin the impartiality, the neutrality, the trust, the confidentiality. So yeah, it's better to stick with what the parties want. Nadira had her hand raised before. If you want to say anything, Nadira, we can hear you.
Now in 7 minutes more, Jasra.
Yeah, exactly. We have 6 minutes from now. So anyone else want to say something before we conclude?
Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I think today in your lesson, my observation is mediation is a voluntary party concerned and structured negotiation process where a neutral third party assists the parties in amicable resolving their dispute by using specialized communication and negotiation techniques. In mediation, the parties retain the right to decide for themselves whether to settle a dispute and the terms of any settlement. And today, Madam Ishra has properly explained how easier and simple way is mediation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadira. So anyone else would like to add something? Okay, so I think I will conclude my presentation here. It was really nice to meet all of you. It's nice to have a different opinion from different legal systems, specifically from another country, because I'm really interested to know how things work in different places and in different legal systems. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for Mr. Goswam and Mr. Iman. It was really nice to meet both of you. And I'm so interested in this. It was a really nice opportunity to speak with experts in this training and see their opinion. So thank you very much. And I'm hoping we can meet again sometimes. So until then, thank you and nice to meet all of you.
Madam Jasra, are you speaking regarding Mr.
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you interested to speak regarding Ardman, Daniel Ardman? She sent a message.
Yeah, Professor Jan was really, he really wanted to join, but actually it's Saturday and he has a family commitment these days. So he really said he really interested in this position, and he really said thanks and for everyone who joined us. And he would love to meet all of you if he had the time in the future, if he has another opportunity. So thank you very much, and we would like to see you join our team or visit our website for World Mediation Organization. I will be putting the name on the chat, and if anyone wants to give us a visit on the website, we will be happy to see all of you.
Many thanks. Good afternoon, Madam Jasra. Now, Mr. Debojit, are you in board? Mr. Debojit Burma, are you in board?
Yes, Mr. Goswami, I'm online.
Many thanks. So welcome, Mr. Debojit Burman. Mr. Debojit Burman is an advocate and also accredited mediator of MCC, and he is also a Secretary General